Hello everyone. You may be wondering why we're here. And the answer is, I did what I said I was gonna do and check on the whole reroute thing. So, long story short, the issue that I had with the B-route situation is I didn't have all of these little bastards profile thingies. So I went and I tried to get everything by doing the exact same thing that I did on the original run, when I talked about anything with everyone. As you can see, my sanity suffered a little bit of a hit from that. But the good news is that I should be able to actually get his stuff this time. Like, that's the only reason we're here, is because I know that there's a couple of events that I probably wouldn't get if I hadn't gone out of my way to do the things the way that I did. Which is why we're here. Because I'm sure there's like at least like one report event that we haven't seen. But basically, long story short, I literally just did the same thing that I did on my first run, where I just talked with everyone around everything, made sure to lose as little sanity as possible, and it still came out horrible, and make sure to give this guy all of my affection and attention. So now we're gonna see if we can actually just get the B route like a motherfucker.
아니지.
Like, most of this is gonna be the same, so I'm just gonna like put the auto on until we get to like the actual like events.
그건
But yeah, basically, if the game wasn't the way it was, I probably would have gotten the reroute on my first
아무래도
run of the game. Like, I wouldn't have had it available on my first run, simply because I talked with everyone about everything. So yeah, maybe the fact that the game puts you on the on an immediate bad end at the very first like
그러면
run of the game, maybe the fact that the game does that is bad. Like, it's not particularly useful for anyone.
그래? 봐봐. 그럼 그렇지.
But yeah, we're gonna have to go through these. I'm gonna have to go through the QU conversation again. Let's do the -1 first. We're gonna have to go through that again, and then the game should be willing to let me have the B route. And then we can go back to the A route once we're done. I just... Everybody's so unlikable here.
아니라고. 알겠어? 그러면 그래. 어?
Yeah, how's everyone? I'm tired. I can't wait to finish this game and play something that is actually entertaining.
형, 내가 무슨 동네 얼라야?
Yes.
어르고 달래면 저울절 따라 나갈 줄 알았어?
Yes.
그렇게 생각 안 했어.
눈에 다 써 있거든. 이쪽 눈에 얼, 저쪽 눈에 라. 얼라버듯 하는 거 맞아.
Man, you're so annoying. So dramatic. I hate it.
나는
알겠어?
Like, at least I want characters that I can actually enjoy. I wasn't expecting this game to be like these. Like, there was parts that I don't want to see. I don't want to say it's bad. It's not bad. It's just painfully mediocre. Which might be worse than bad. Like, I played bad games that I enjoyed.
어? 왜?
그게
알아.
그건
그렇지.
Okay, there it is. First report event.
형이 보기에도 그래?
갑자기 뭐가?
내가 그렇게 양아치로 보이냐고.
Well, the hairstyle doesn't help you, Han. He just suddenly ask a question.
페이터 얘기 때문이야?
에이씨, 누가 내 의도 생각하래?
Well, you're kind of a douchebag if that's what you're asking.
그냥 딱 보기에 어떠냐고.
Like a douchebag?
철딱선이 없어 보이지.
That's almost more insulting than just calling you a douchebag.
방금 상처받았어.
Yeah. Yeah, it's supposed to hurt, honey.
딱 보기에 어떠냐며.
Isn't clear his tongue looking at the ground.
그래. 뭐 나 옛날부터 철딱선이 없었어.
Oh wait, we actually saw this. It's the next
그치만
one that we're supposed to
양아치
get,
짓은
but
안
it's the new
했다고.
one.
솔직히 성실하진 않았지. 대충 친구랑 의리가 더 중요하고 노는 거 거절 못하고 그런 애들 있잖아. 알아 몰라.
모를 리가 있겠어.
I wonder if it's on purpose that you're just gonna have like
그게 그렇게
4
대단한
rapport events with this
양아치야?
guy. Like, there's supposed to be 5 in total for each. Literally having his 5 rapport events
깝치다가 민폐
almost
끼친 적
one after the
없지, 나.
other
그래도 나 솔직히
to get to the B route. Like, I wonder if it's on purpose just because like you have to absolutely fuck up your sanity to get this guy to like
아무것도
you.
아니야. 말하다 보니까 착잡하네.
Since every rapport
어차피
event
애들 똑같이
ups your
다녔겠지.
sanity immediately.
그렇게 생각하지?
내 생각을 마음대로 정하지 말아줄래?
내가 지 이미지에 똥칠하고 다닌 거지. 오죽하면 지인이 논란도 없어. 말 나오자마자 확정 딱. 여튼 형은 철딱선 얘기해. 기억해 둘 거야.
물어봐서 얘기한 거야.
Yeah. Like, it would make sense. Like, you kind of end up losing so
아니었어.
much sanity trying to make this guy like you that it would make the most sense that it would just force you into a bunch of rapportaments to
알잖아.
fix your sight. That's hilarious when you think about it. It's like they knew what they were doing. For like 2 seconds, they knew what they were doing. Stop writing aside.
봐봐. 나 참.
그거야.
그래.
See what I mean?
내 취향 얘기했던 거 기억나?
I'm pretty sure we didn't have this specific rapport before. I think maybe because I didn't like up my relationship enough. Either that or the game just doesn't let you have these on the first run because it's stupid and doesn't want you to like actually get any endings.
연상연하? 생뚱맞은 얘기였지.
Yeah, it's not like you were implying that you were sleeping with a producer or anything. Franny has seen averted his eyes.
뭔데 그렇게 뜸을 들여?
그게 예선 후반부터 내가 어떤 관계가 있었거든.
Yeah, we've been known, honey.
어떤 관계라는 게
Do
무슨
you,
얘기야?
do you, honey? Do you, sweetie, honey, darling? He's talking about women he likes. What relationship do you think it is? Han?
뭐 사귀는 사이였단 거지.
사귀어? 누구랑?
Doyun, please. Doyun is the only likable character in this cast, like fully likable character, and he's still an idiot. Hesian stared at Doyun, which he's wondering. Hesian should like just glare at him like, I've been dropping hints the entire time, douchebag. Like, am I the only one who's insane? And he's like, no, come on, dude. How do you not see it? The game is not being subtle about it.
신승현 PD님.
I fucking knew it. This is the least subtle game in the universe. I'm going to become the Joker. Oh, that reminds me, I promised that I was gonna put on like a little clown nose and I completely forgot about the clown nose. Well, I have to play this tomorrow again. I'll put on the clown nose tomorrow.
뭐?
Yes, Doyen, it's not like he's been dropping hints the entire time.
그런 반응 나올 줄 알았어.
Everybody's so stupid.
진짜야, 너?
Doyen, the entire game has been dropping like all of the goddamn hints the entire time.
돌아가신 분으로 농담할 것 같아?
Doyen unknowingly covered his mouth. Yeah, that's my honest reaction to that.
많은 이유가 있는데 일단 내 스타일이라서.
Honestly, I'm just losing my mind because like my mental image of Doyen is like covering his mouth, but like the, you know, that's the old Star Trek cartoon, like Kirk just covering his mouth in like this way that he's like, oh no, my lack of surprise. Let me act like I'm surprised, like, you know, like that. Like that's Doyen to me right now. It's just like, oh, like at least if he had like more than like a fourth of a brain cell, considering how much the game just drops the hint.
기대 없이 들이댔는데 덜컥 받아주시더라고.
Damn, you did the first move? I thought that she was taking advantage of you.
비슷한 말 나올 때 지나치다고 생각했었는데.
Yeah, do you? It's not like he was dropping hints the entire time.
제대로 아는 사람은 없었을 거야.
Soon I'm gonna slap you. What do you mean nobody knew? The entire plot has been dropping hints everywhere. If the cast wasn't a group of idiots, I feel like everybody would have realized this like 2 seconds into the conversation.
금방 끝났어. 본선 가면서 바로 깨졌으니까.
Listen, you absolutely were taken advantage of. Like, I know you're an adult, but I'm 100% sure that you were taken advantage of by this woman.
몇 주 정도잖아, 그건.
Yeah, you definitely got, like, taken advantage of.
전과 터지고 좀 빡세다고 하더라. 조용히 찢어지고 입도 다무는 걸로.
Yeah, no, this feels like he was taken advantage of.
내가 잘한 일 하나도 없지. 나머진 내 개인기로 잘 헤쳐가 보라고 하셨어.
You know, Hansen, for it lasted a couple of weeks. I would not call that falling in love. The preliminaries and kept dating until the finals began. After his school violence scandal broke, Seung-yoon broke things off with him and swore him to secrecy about their relationship. Yoon wanted to ask him again if he really went out with her, but decided not to. Yeah, that would be rude, and I'm 100% sure she was taking advantage of him. Like, that's the kind of thing that gives me the vibe of, like, person who realizes that he has easy sex available and they just make use of it until it's no longer convenient. Which makes for like an interesting plot if any of these had compelling characters. No offense.
솔직히 난 그 뒤로도 계속 좋아했어.
Of course you did, because you actually liked her, and she just liked the fact that he had a younger man to have sex with. Han, I don't even like you, but she was definitely taking advantage of you. You should have respected yourself more.
삽질은 했지. 근데 더 잘해서 인정받자 싶었지. 그런데 무대는 무너졌고 PD님은 저렇게 됐지.
If it makes you feel better, you're dead in the true ending, Han. So, it's fine. Don't worry about it. You can be together in death. Know that I think she would give you, like, any minutes in the afterlife. Like, no offense, honey, but I'm 100% sure that she didn't give a shit. Like, I get it, you like MILFs. There are other MILFs out there who are better. I promise.
너무 안 됐고 그냥 슬프기만 해. 항상 조급한 분이었어. 무대 급하게 옮기고 부실하게 땜질하고 그런 게 모여서 PD님을 데려가 버린 거야.
Hasn't held his trembling hand with the other hand. Wouldn't it be with his other hand?
그렇다고 다 놓아버릴 순 없어. PD님 말대로 해보려고. 뭔 짓거리를 하든 이 앞을 개척하는 거야.
Listen, honey, you don't have to listen to a woman who's dead. You're supposed to do things for yourself. I almost feel bad for him now, even if he's annoying and... well, mostly just annoying. And toxic. He's also kinda toxic. Dreams just stood there, surprised by the unexpected confession. Result of relationship. Hessin was heartbroken after Seung-yoon dumped him, but he did his best to regain her attention. But then the stage collapsed and Seung-yoon didn't make it alive. Doesn't have a special direction in the producer's union since the end of the preliminaries. She dumped him during the final, saying she could cover up his scandal.
뭐? 왜?
괜찮아?
알아.
아닌 것 같아.
Like, is that supposed to be a big reveal? I guess that's my issue. It's like, am I supposed to feel like this is a big reveal that he was sleeping with a producer?
아니지.
It's like, it's not. Like, the game is not subtle about anything.
아니,
It doesn't even do anything with, like, the lack of subtlety. Like,
알겠냐고.
there's nothing except, like, a literal reveal of something that is very easy to conclude. Oh god, another one.
그 사건 학교 잘린 거.
I mean, I did say that it's like 4 report events one after the other. This is 100% new. Vision fell into a long silence.
나 가해자 아니야. 다 틀린 얘기야.
Okay, Han. But like, you're gonna have to prove it to me because you're kind of of a toxic asshole. Yuno only opened his mouth.
전과 달고 말하니까 전혀 설득력이 없어?
No, Han, it's not the criminal record that I have an issue with. A lot of people have criminal records for no good reason. The law system is kind of bullshit and the police are terrible. That's not my point. My point is that you're kind of a douchebag and toxic and always being a pain in my ass. So the least you could do is actually give me some information that will make me believe that you're not guilty of the things that you're being accused of. Like, I don't give a shit about the criminal record. Like, what am I supposed to feel about that? Like, a lot of people go to jail for, like, reasons that make no sense. They put people in maximum security prisons for, like, protesting. Like, completely legal, perfectly fine protesting. So, like, actually give me something of value, dealing. Give me something of value. Give me something society. My shit. Give me shit.
아니, 직접 아니라고 한 거 처음이니까.
Actually, I could go for some society. But anyway, give me something of value so I can believe you. Because that's the problem, you haven't given me anything to believe otherwise. Jin fell silent as if he was at a loss for words.
뭐가 어떻게 된 거야?
Yeah, are you gonna like actually tell me your tragic backstory now, bitch?
빼앗겼어. 진실.
That's vague as shit, honey.
깝치고 다닌 거 사실이야. 성실하지도 않았지. 그래도 나쁜 짓 하고 다닌 적은 없었어. 진짜야.
그럼 어쩌다...
반장이야. 건욱이란 새끼인데 질이 나빴어.
Well, you accused him of something, so it's not like I don't believe you, but... Cassian... Yelling. Yes, she's yelling. Seriously though, sweetie, honey, darling, stop vaguing about what happened and just tell me the tragic backstory like a normal person at this point. God, I'm begging for the location of the tragic backstory at this point.
하나 찍어서 집요하게 괴롭히는 놈이었거든. 빵빵한 집 자식이라 뭘 해도 프리패스였지.
Of course he's a fucking rich kid. Rule of engagement, if it's a rich kid, he's always a problem.
자연스럽게 한 명 패는 각이 서더라.
그게... 너였단 거야?
Cassian slowly nodded.
처음엔 친한 거라고 생각했지. 맞추면 된다고. 정신 차려보니까 그냥 난 좋아 터지는 놈이었어. 대놓고 교실에서 물어봤어. 왜 이러냐고. 만만하고 별 볼 일도 없는 놈이라서 그런다다.
Oh.
빡쳐서 따지니까 의자가 날라왔어.
Oh. Ian gulped.
거기 맞고 한판 붙었지. 선빵은 맞았지만 들러붙어서 치고받았어. 다음날 와보니까 얘기 끝났더라고.
Of course it was. His voice began to shake.
양아치가 반장 대가리 깼다는 거지.
교실이었으면 애들이 다 봤을 거 아니야.
그게 이 얘기의 중요한 점이야. 다 내가 먼저 쳤다고 증언했어.
Of course I did.
면학 분위기 조지던 놈이 반장까지 조졌다고. 엄만 합의금만 어떻게 해달라고 머리를 조아리고. 알아, 돈 없는 거. 알고 있어. 힘없고 빽 없는데 열심히 하지도 않는 거. 안다고. 내가 그렇게 믿음이 가는 자식은 아니란 거.
Okay, the game has managed to make me feel bad for this idiot. He's still stupid, I still want to slap him, but I actually feel kind of bad for him. The game's still up 4 out of 10 though.
그래도 나도 다 안다고 해도 이런 식은 아니잖아? 어떻게 원인하고 결과가 바뀌냐고.
Yeah, that's what rich people do. They make themselves the victim. You know, to get away from bullshit. He's been choked up with intense emotion.
페이터도 저지랄이야. 뒤집어 씌운 새끼도 저기서 놀고 있을걸?
억울하다고 밝혀야 되는 거 아니야?
뭐가 바뀌어? 내가 그냥 개털인데? 그때랑 똑같지. 진실도 힘 있는 놈이 가지는 거야. 돈이든 백이든 머리채 잡아야 돼. 힘은 진실을 빼앗을 수 있다고.
He soon blurted and lowered his head.
혜성아,
PD님은 죽었어. 전과자인 난 답도 없어. 이거 아님 내가 뭘로 올라가? 무슨 수로 힘 얻어? 이대로 쇼 끝나고 원래 자리로 돌아가면 난 끝이야.
Ah, yes. Metaphorically buried. Although, to be fair, honey, good news. In the true route, you're literally buried because you're dead. He leaned on the ladder. Except for having no power, he thought this was the last chance of his life, so he didn't even mind sabotaging other chances, rather. I mean, he probably would sabotage other careers if he could. Hasian, the victim, had merely defended himself against the perpetrator. Classmates at the scene agreed to cover the truth, claiming Hasian to be the attacker. It was so possible because the perpetrator had power. I think you mean money.
얼씨구. 에?
아니,
어? 생각해봐.
대체
I'm gonna fast forward the next section though. We don't need to see it more than twice.
응?
Like once I finish talking with this
그렇지.
with this boy. I'm pretty sure there's still like
그래.
one like report event, I think.
알겠어?
I think. Otherwise, I think we've seen everything. But
어?
my understanding is that it was like 5 per character.
응?
And we had like 1 at the
그렇지.
beginning. We had 3 right now. So there should be 1 more.
아닌 것 같아.
참,
그러면
네. 그래. 참,
알잖아.
Also, for the record,
혹시
I want to state that even fast forwarding like everything, and I do mean everything, even fast forwarding everything, it took me around an hour to get from
Actually,
like the
그게-
very beginning of the game to this scene. Like it literally took me like an hour. Just fast forwarding everything. Like that is the most
아이고.
painful common route ever.
나 참. 네. 아이고.
아무래도
그래.
그건 그래.
생각해봐.
있잖아.
And that's it. Okay. Right, let's save. What's it in the third spot? Let's save and hope that this is enough. And that I can get the B-roll, because otherwise, this was an exercise of futility. I'll let this play out
진짜 베스타가 이어질 것 같아?
if nothing
지금
is
회차,
interesting
지금
happens.
순위,
I'm just gonna fast
지금
forward
출연자
everything
그대로?
up until we get to an
그렇게는
interesting
아닐
part.
수도 있지.
Well, a new part rather.
그런데 만약 하면 난 바로 탈락 확정이야. 그럼 인생 쫑이야. 뒤에서 수근거리는 거 나도 다 알아. 건방지다, 실력 없다, 게으르다, 입만 살았다, 폭행 전과자까지
Yeah, we're going through this, honey.
오만 딱지 다 붙었어. 끝엔 어떻게든 수습이 될 줄 알았는데 피디님 저렇게 가버리셨다고. 억울하게 배신자로 몰려봐서 알 거 아니야. 이대로 신세 조질 순 없다는 거.
딴 사람들한테도 다 그렇게 얘기할 거야? 어떻게든 물러나 달라고?
내 말 들을 수밖에 없어. 말했잖아. 확실한 무기가 있다고. 모두한테 던지면 최소 한 명은 걸려.
I'm still kind of curious about that. Like, at least one of them.
뭘 하려는 건지 상상이 안 돼.
딴 사람 걱정해? 왜? 우리랑 달라 거긴. 이미지도 크게 안 구겼고 베스타 아니어도 아쉬울 거 없는 사람들이라니까?
Like, I'm curious which
경쟁자가
ones they
줄수록
are.
개이득이야.
Like, at least
여기
one.
룰이 그렇잖아.
I'm guessing it's either Hyuk or Ina.
우리 캐릭터가 본 모습이랑 다른 것처럼 저쪽도 똑같아. 결국엔 다 만들어낸 이미지라고.
Yeah, we went through this last time and it didn't work out. Well, it didn't work out. He wasn't particularly convinced.
회복이 힘들 정도로 내려갈 수 있다고 짚어주면
Yes, persuade him. It's not like it's gonna
맞아.
get worse if we
난
don't.
절박해. 깽판 칠수록 지 얼굴에 똥칠하는 것도 알아. 그렇다고 가만히 앉아서 망할 수는 없어. 어차피 진흙탕 싸움이라고.
혜성아, 그렇다고 해서
되돌리긴 늦었어. 엄청 멀리 왔다고. 베스타 참가하기도 전부터. 또 물러서면 그때는 정말로 탑도 미래도 없어.
Oh, there it is, the last report event.
내 결심 안 바뀌어.
Thank you, game. Now I should be fine for the B route. Again, this is such a weird choice. Like, it's not like it's the first visual novel I play where, like, you're expected to, like, speedrun someone's relationship because otherwise you fuck up with, like, some later stuff. Like, that has happened more than once in a visual novel. But it's so weird because he's the most unlikable character. It's just like, yeah, okay, you just have to like fast forward your fast forward, like speed run your relationship with this asshole, you know, for funnies.
베스타는 나한테 온 그리고 아직도 남은 유일한 찬스야.
He's gonna mess with his banks.
쇼, 그대로 이어진다는 보장 없어. 그런데
불확실하니까. 그러니까 더 매달리는 거야. 쫑났으니까 때려치라고 공지 떴으면 접어 놔도.
여기서 남는 게 그렇게나 힘을 갖는 일이야?
나도 물어보고 싶네. 형은 왜 본선까지 왔어? 마스커레이드 다 집에 갔잖아. 의리에 살 것 같으면 짐 싸서 같이 갔어야지. 배신자 낙인 찍혀서 삽질하잖아. 나 학폭으로 찍힌 것처럼.
Yeah. Any distraction to that?
형도 본선에 왔어. PD님이 뭔 수 썼는지 난 몰라.
Honey, unlike you, I was not sleeping with a producer. Hi, Grim.
근데 자진 사퇴할 생각도 없어 보여. 어쨌든 그냥 가진 않겠다는 거잖아? 나도야. 남 옆구리 찔러서라도 기회를 잡을 거라고. 내 평생에 언제 또 올지 모르는 일이니까.
Well, literally, it will be your last chance in life because in the A route where the true ending is located, you're dead. And the B route mostly involves you being like too hurt to actually do anything for the entirety of the rest of the run.
혜성아, 나는
그만해! 형 사정 듣기 싫어. 이해하기 싫어.
But we could be friends.
마음 약해진다고.
But we could be friends. Hisun gave an awkward smile.
내 얘기 다 구라일 수도 있잖아? 사실 깡패 새끼인데 정의 구현 당하는 걸 수도 있어. 나 너무 믿지 마, 형. 또 뭔 얘기하고 다닐지 모르니까.
Hisun looked towards the corner of the dressing room.
근데 내 얘기 딴 사람들한테는 안 할 거지?
You know, I called this Kusoge to an extent the other day. And I take it back because Kusoge is usually so bad that it's entertaining by its badness. I feel like this is better just said that it's like aggressively mediocre. It's just aggressively mediocre.
지금 나한테는 입 다물라고?
그래, 정확히 그거야. 아직 제대로 개겨보지도 못했어. 지금 저 사람들한테 까발려지면 여기서 그냥 죽어버릴 거야.
So basically it's Kuso shit. No. The thing is that it's pretty, it has a pretty decent presentation, the UI is nice, the UX is not, well, the thing is that it has a very good UI, it's not well implemented because it's a visual novel but you can't save mid-conversation. Like, you can't save mid-conversation, you can't save before like an important choice mid-conversation, so you're always stuck to saving like maybe between 15 minutes and an hour since the last time, since, you know, from a choice basically. Like, you can only save during the conversation segments. So if you have any choice post-conversation, even if it's been like an hour of dialogue, you have to go back to that and you just have to fast forward it. Like I mentioned it before, I went back to restart the run to get to the B route because I fucked up and I got like completely settled on the A route for some reason. And basically I did the same thing that I did on the first run, which the first run always send you to a button no matter what you do, which was speaking to every single character all the time. So like it's like about everything, even when it lowered their rapport and it lowered my sanity. So the game wants you to do that, even if it can give you a button. Like the game expects you to talk to everyone consistently. So why would it care about a report or sanity system if the expectation is to make you actually go through every conversation at least once? Especially because like then you find out that you need the report events to get the best endings for everyone. And some report events you need to have conversations like, yeah, it's bad set dressing. Like some report events only happen if after having certain conversations that lower your rapport with certain characters. So you need to purposefully get a worse relationship with the character to be able to see all of their events. So it's literally unnecessary. Again, the fact that you cannot save or open the menu at all, like you cannot even open the menu to close the game mid-conversation, or like to go back to another save because you realize that you fucked up. No, you have to wait until you get to another conversation setting and then go back. You cannot save or open your menu mid-conversation, like mid-visual novel section. Yeah, it's bad design. It's bad design. That's what I mean. Like, it's not even bad in an interesting way. Like, I don't find it that it's bad. Like, usually Kusoge stuff, like, it's bad, but it's bad in an interesting way. Like, the writing is silly, the voice acting is terrible. Like, usually Kusoge stuff is like either shit on purpose, or it's not shit on purpose, but it's funny in the way that it's shit, or it's like interesting in the way that it's shit. This wants to be good, like the intention, the visual intention is to be good, but it's not. As a visual novel, it lacks depth. Like, I'm not expecting like Umineko levels of writing. I'm not even expecting like, I don't know, Nitroprost Chiral levels of writing. I'm not expecting anything like mind-changing. Like, this is not gonna like change my entire perspective of the world. But as a visual novel, the writing it's subpar. It has no depth, so it's not a good visual novel. As a dead game kind of setup, it also doesn't work because it's technically not a dead game. So the whole thing of it being a dead game is just kind of like a lie that the game tells you, but then it really doesn't work that way even when people die. So it fails the basic Danganronpa premise or like any other dead game of like, oh yeah, people are gonna die in a consistent amount until the end of the story, and you have to either keep them alive or be part of the people killing or whatever. And as an investigation game, it doesn't work either, because most of your investigation is not quote-unquote investigation, it's just talking to people to see what they tell you. I love that I decided to start this like line of reasoning with this guy saying that he's just going to kill himself right here if he fails. There's something about it. There's something there. Can officially not say he hasn't designed anything. He's published 2 board games, he's working on a third, and his funky video game Farlands just went into early access on Thursday. Oh, good for him. But like, this game doesn't know what it wants to be, and it's not good at anything that it's trying to be. Like, it's aggressively mediocre. It's like a 3 or 4 out of 10 at best. And it sucks because the sound design is great, like the music is great, visually it looks good, and I think that it has like potential. But it's not even entertainingly bad, it's just boring, which I feel is much more like insulting for something that is supposed to be entertaining, for it to be like boring that just bad. Little just blue skin so high that he didn't even load the full blue skin, only 2 white dots. Oh my god, that sounds bad. And he meant it. Yeah, of course he meant it. He's gonna die anyway. It's fine. So he emphasizes that even the truth is driven by power, he still himself to seize future opportunities. Yeah, the opportunity of dying.
형이랑은 얘기 끝났어.
Okay.
잠깐, 이대로는...
난 더 할 말 없어. 이제 다음 사람 차례야.
Yeah, whatever.
결국 네가 원하는 걸 얻진 못해.
더 잃을 것도 없어. 미쳐 날뛰면 쫄리는 사람이 빠지겠지.
안전이 먼저야.
Well, Grim, I'm happy that you're enjoying yourself.
치고 아니다 싶으면 바로 와야 돼. 난 가서 사람들한테도 얘기해 볼게.
Meanwhile, I'm just stuck with this game and thinking, oh god, I can't wait until I do all of the routes so I can like play something that doesn't emotionally destroy me.
도윤이 형,
In the boring sense, in the sense of like me just falling asleep on my desk. Like, I don't know, maybe I'll play Fuga next.
나 안 멈춰. 기대하지 마.
I have a lot of games that are actually entertaining waiting for me. Ever watch Code Geass? I watched a little bit of Code Geass when it was originally airing,
골 제대로 때려주시네.
which kind of tells you how old I am.
세상이 절박해 보였어.
I never cared much for it, not gonna lie.
그래서 나온 생각이
I didn't find it
기껏
that
남천에서 적이
interesting.
남긴다는 거야?
I'm happy for the
완전
girlies
열고
when I found out that
들어볼까
apparently there was like a
하다가도
gacha
3시간을
game and they
대치는데?
gave like Susaku and Luch like an
그
actual
막말로
real
누가
child
접는다고
for
쳐.
them.
본인이
Some kind of like
절차리에
weird
남는다는
clone
보장 있어?
child. So I'm glad for
우긴이
the
뭐
BL
백동 같은 소리나
girlies, you know, that they liked it.
수준에서 무리수를 두는 거야.
I'm glad that they had a
나쁜
good
일을
time
당할
because
거라는
like
협박도 있었잖아.
Susaku and Luch was like
S 승연?
the sheep
그건
for
신경 쓸
that
가치가 없는
generation.
얘기야.
Oh yeah, no, I know that there's a new show. I heard about it.
지금 혜성이 상태 좋지 않아요.
사퇴한다고 하면 그만하고 나오겠대?
자기 말로는
협박은 범죄야. 말 같지도 않은 소리
So like
진짜.
I heard that there's a new show, but I also heard that it's like also
정말
bad.
뭐였을까?
I heard that it's kind of like kind of bad.
애초에 표 누가 떨궜어? 본인이 못 받았지? 답 없으면 짐
Really?
싸야지. 저딴 엉터리
The
같은
two
짓을 해?
people that I follow that talked about it
바깥에서
were kind of
호응해준다는
like,
보장도 없는데.
역풍 맞고 확 머리나 까져라.
interesting. Okay.
도윤아,
Like I
머리
trust your
근거로
opinion.
호언장담한
I'm
것
just
같아?
surprised because the few
어쩌면
comments that I've seen is that it's kind of
그건지도
like
몰라요.
그거?
I guess the comment in reality was more like when it's good, it's incredibly good, and when it's bad,
수아성,
it's so bad.
신부리님을 졸졸 쫓아다녔죠.
Like that was basically the review
말걸고
that I
기다리고
saw
있질
from
않나.
a couple of people. It's like
껌딱지처럼
when
붙어다니고
it
있어요.
really fucks, it fucks so
뭔가 안
hard,
했을 가능성도
and when
제로는
it's
아니에요.
mid, it's aggressively mid.
아까는 비밀
Like
유지가
those are the
필수라며.
two
도안이
vibes
그렇게 허술했어?
from what I
일단에서
understood.
나가는 건 모르죠. 그래도 핵심적인 건 아닐 거예요.
쉽게 나갈 얘기였으면 벌써 다 알고 있었을 거야.
저도 서혜성 말은 반도 안 믿어요. 워낙 자신만만하다니까 거기까지 생각해 본 거죠.
A lot of the issues I've seen raised about it is mostly just movie timeline. Oh, right, because it's based on like one of the
결론이
alternate
어떻게 나는
timelines sheets that
무턱대고 치는 공갈빵은
like
아닐 수도
there's like
있다.
what 3 mangas
우리끼리 얘기해선 소용없겠지.
that are all like alternate timeline shit, and then it's just like the movie.
이번엔 내가 다녀올게.
Like I don't know a lot about cookies, but I know
뭔 소리
a
할 줄 알고.
little bit, and it's like there's a lot of
같이 가.
stuff. So there's more than one movie,
몰려가면
okay? Because like you say
문장 보고
specifically,
농성할지도
I'm reading between the lines here. There's more than one movie timeline.
막 나가는
Okay.
놈인데 괜찮으시겠어요?
괜찮아. 혜성이 생각이 정말 도윤이 말대로인 거라면 얘기해 볼 만해. 다녀올게.
각본 없는 드라마네. 막장 드라마.
얘기 잘 돼야 할 텐데.
전 솔직히 소용 없을 것 같아요.
얘는 분장실에서도 열일하네.
S 승연을 맞춰보려는 건가?
I
건욱이가
mean, again,
누구야?
I don't.
서혜성 처음
Louis,
터트리네요.
one or two, just seasons
동창이라던-
1 or 2 again. Oh, okay. It's some rebuild of Evangelion bullshit. I get it.
덮어놓고 밀어붙이는데?
발표? 뭐 하자는 거야? 기욱이가 도착했나? 한동안은 잠잠하겠네. 발표란 건 뭐였을까?
실속 없이 드림만 친 걸 수도 있어요.
그거겠지 아마. 걔만 아는 남의 무언가라니 있을 리가 없잖아.
진짜 그만 좀 해라.
그나마 빨리 지나가서 다행이야.
언니, 괜찮아? 괜찮아. 괜찮아야지. 확 올라올 것 같으면 꼭 말해. 알겠어. 그렇게.
You know, it's funny. The walkthrough supposedly tells you that there's like a bad end here. I wonder if it's
예고도
only
없이 사람
available
시겁하게.
분장실
after you
쪽
complete the true
무사하겠죠?
end.
무슨 소리 들리거나 했었어?
I wish the walkthrough was like actually
아무것도 못
useful
들었어.
too. No offense to the person who did it. It's the only person who actually did something good for this shit. But like, also.
형 올 때까지 뭐라도 하자.
Animation. Uh-huh. We've been here like 2 times, so I'm just gonna like. I'm just gonna fast forward this shit because we've been here for a while. Because here is entertaining. Okay. I guess that's the best reason to do anything. It's like, oh, I just think it would be funny. No answer. Well, might as well.
한 사람씩 가는 상황이 와버렸네요.
심란하게 돌아가네.
이렇게 될 거라곤 전혀.
혜성이 불안해 보였지.
쭉 최하위긴 했죠. 그래도
페이터에 매달리다 이젠 안으로도 흔들어 보려는 거야. 발버둥 치는 마음 조금은 이해할 수 있어. 무대에 선 기회 어떻게든 놓치고 싶지 않은 거야. 무슨 수를 써서라도.
형이 잘 타일러서 데리고 나왔으면 좋겠는데요.
He's not gonna do that.
실패하면 내 차례도 올 수 있겠네. 일단은 기혁이가 성공하는 것만 생각해야겠어.
네. 둘 다 무사히 나오길 기대해봐요.
Watch the zombie of an empire be burned down again. How many times do you have to burn an empire for it to stay dead? Yeah, we've had this entire conversation before. Oh hey, report event.
너도 컨셉이라고 생각해?
Oh wait, this is yeah, we had this before. We've seen it like 3 times. Come on. I'm not gonna deal with this shit. An hour. Can you believe that it took me like an hour to get here, like fast forwarding before? 3 times. 3 times! That's a lot. That's just like a lot. Just saying. Wait, I don't remember this one. Oh, either is fine, okay. The funniest thing is that the so-called Neo-Britannian Empire has a group of nice liturgical Schwarz Knight. Okay. Fail fanboy. Is this report event Neo?
관심 골라가며 받을 순 없겠지.
자주 듣던 말이네.
매번 익숙해지질 않으니까.
S 승연이 과거 얘기한 것 때문이야?
새삼스럽긴 하지. 과거 왜 안 푸냐 그런 얘기.
Oh wait, we've seen this before. Basically, I mean, that's just capitalism. Well, it's also colonialism, but like, that's just capitalism. It's like, oh yeah, this thing that is against us, we're just gonna like co-opt it for like the vibe. Wait, before I do that, let's save.
혜성이 저러는 거 순이 때문만은 아닐 거야. 지휘불은 그 타령인데?
생각 깊은 놈은 아니지만 주영 씨 말도 맞아요. 피디님 돌아가신 일도 이유긴 하겠죠.
그래, 분명히.
We have a decent amount of things
뭐야?
before we actually
나만-
get to the next scene, so might as well just speed run this section because we've been here like twice. The best one I'm trying to give you the opportunity to actually be right about something. Ah, yes, the something the Onion article. Tragic, worst person you know actually has a good point. Moment.
서혜성이
Prediction does give me points with him without putting me into a bad situation, so might as well.
혜성이 발표가
And there's nothing, okay. Okay, that's silly. That's just silly. That like a with a seagull. That's silly.
이나야, 혜성이는 만났.
있어봐, 나중에 얘기해.
Okay, thanks, bitch. I guess. Let's see. Okay, now if everything goes well, we should branch out to Route B.
걔 상태
그게
Okay, yeah, this is the same as before. Funny seagull, everyone, when he's okay, that's pretty funny. I'll give you that one. That is pretty funny. Okay.
혜성아, 정신 차려!
Okay, Dean hurriedly lifted Hessian into his arms. Yeah, that's come on. Yeah, that's okay. Blood. Yeah. It's like a way, and Hessian dropped face down onto the floor. Dean came running. She moved her lips to scream, but no sound came out of her mouth. Yeah.
혜성아, 어떻게 된 거야?
Game. You're supposed to give me the B ranch now.
뭐예요? 설마?
You stared at Lena vacantly.
야, 지금 페이터에 글이 정말인 거야? 최하위는 죽는다.
Okay, but he's not supposed to. Uh-huh.
잠깐만,
Okay, good. We're on the B route.
잠깐만, 여기!
Okay, we're on the B route. Everything is fine. Chad, we're fine. We're still back. He's actually alive. Okay, thank God. His son and eyes were on Duyan. They all look dazed.
혜성이, 맥이 씹혀.
Okay, we're on the B route. Everything is fine. I wish it was a little bit more clear about that.
아직 살아있다고!
Absent because he's a little passed out. They immediately called the rescue team.
여보세요, 여보세요.
Uh-huh.
끊어졌어요?
상태는 전달했어.
Sorry, I was
근데-
scratching my eye.
어떻게 하란 얘긴 못 들었어. 그럼 어떻게 해야 돼?
Well, generally when someone is bleeding out, you rub the places where he's bleeding so as to do a tourniquet. You know, generally just bandage the wounds. And then try to get them some water. Generally. You know, because the loss of blood can dehydrate.
여기 계속 잡아뜨려 놓을 순 없잖아.
They stared at Hessian, who was lying on the floor. His pale complexion gave off the image of a dead person. Yeah, it's almost like they didn't want to draw a second CG.
일단 여기서 옮기는 게 좋을까?
I think you should like patch him up first and then move him like normal people would think.
저기, 근데 막 옮기다가 잘못될 수도 있어요. 구조대에 살아있다고 했잖아요. 잘못되기라도 하면 책임이...
무슨 소리야? 방치해 놓기라도 하자는 거야?
Yeah, like guys. Okay, this is the dumbest team of people because like someone is bleeding out. Do none of you know the bare minimum of how to like wrap a wound? Like just break some of your clothing and wrap the goddamn wound, my dude. They're so stupid. God. This one was found in the restroom, seriously injured. Something has struck his head hard. These people are so fucking stupid. I'm going to become the Joker. He took a step forward after watching the two of them argue.
그런 게 아니어도 잘못 옮기면 위험할 수 있어요.
Yeah, and if you don't like, I don't know, wrap his wounds so he doesn't continue bleeding all over himself. Guys. Christ.
서혜성이? 아니면 우리가?
Ina, I'm gonna literally slap you.
모두를 얘기한 거야.
He even tried to contact the rescue team, but to no avail. The others tried too, but no one succeeded.
통화되기만 기다릴 순 없어.
도윤아, 넌 어떻게 했으면 좋겠어?
I mean, yeah.
여기 두는 건 방치하는 거야. 머리 조심하면서 옮기면 될 거야. 무대로 데려가자.
The restroom was small. If it collapsed, Hyacinth would die instantly. Yeah, and also you should like, oh, I don't know, take him somewhere safe where you can like clean and or wrap his wounds at the very least, not that you have anything to clean them. I am gonna become the Joker. Even Hessian here would be the same as giving up on him. They look at one another.
그래, 복잡하게 생각할 때가 아니야.
저도 방치하자는 말은 아니었어요.
Sel, I know you know, Sel, I was thinking that it might have been Hyuk who killed him because I'm pretty sure that he killed Seong-Young. But at this point, Sel, I'm pretty sure that you're the one who tried to kill him. Like, you want me to be honest, Sel Chang? You definitely tried to kill this guy. Which, coincidentally, makes you worse that Hesione has ever been, because Hesione is like toxic and annoying. You're annoying and also a stalker and also a murderer. So you know. Sorry, you had to sneeze. While trying to move Hesian, Do-yoon saw his watch flicker. Yeah, Do-yoon Han, right? Come on, answer me. No, plug hole, we're occupied. Why do you keep calling me plug hole so I can plug your holes? Slut! Do-yoon received a message from this account even when he discovered the body of Seong-young. He looked at the username again, but it didn't look familiar at all.
이런 거에 대꾸할 때가 아니야.
He had no time to spend on the watch. Bringing Hesian safely was the top priority. As Yu-Yuk raised his head, his eyes met Do-yoon's.
힘을 합쳐서 옮기면 괜찮겠지.
Yeah, and if you like, you know, take care of his wounds first, you useless bastards. They're so stupid. Like, they're so dumb.
다행히 고비는 없었네요.
팔에 감각이 없다.
도윤아, 넌 괜찮아?
You know, Yu-Yuk. He looked toward Yu-young.
누난 좀 어때요?
처음 봤을 땐 좀 위험했는데 지금은 괜찮아. 그런데 혜성이 어쩌다 저렇게...
Everyone was curious, but no one had dared to bring it up. Ina hesitantly came forward, seeing the others' faces.
오면서 좀 봤는데 혼자서 젖골이 날 수는 없어.
Yeah, you don't fucking say.
동감이에요.
Sale surveyed the group through his glasses.
화장실에 굴러다니던 대걸레 자루 보셨죠?
Yeah, on the other route where he's actually fucking deceased.
아무래도 그걸로 머리에 맞은 것 같아요.
너희가 하는 말은
Yugen's sparse lips quivered.
누군가한테 습격당한 거야. 상처도 뒤통수 쪽에 나 있었어.
Yugen gave a look of disbelief at her own words.
이 아내는 우리뿐이잖아요. 그런데
지금 사람들은 그 얘기를 하고 있는 거야.
Sale jumped in, frantically waving his hands.
꼭 그런 말은 아니죠.
Are you trying to defend yourself, sweetie, because you're the one who did it and you just don't want to take responsibility? Huh? Huh? Huh?
S승연이 있잖아요. 꼴찌가 어쩌고 했던 대로 일이 터졌다고요.
I don't care that I'm gonna lose, like, relationships with you. Cell, I swear to God, if it was you and not Yu-Yuk, you're gonna become, like, worst character in the game in, like, 2 seconds. Like, Hyeseong at least has a tragic backstory that makes me feel a little bad for him, even though he's a dick. You don't even have that excuse. You're a douchebag and a stalker and also a murderer if you did that. Just saying.
인정하고 싶진 않지만 지금 혜성이한테 접근할 수 있는 사람 우리뿐이잖아.
Everyone froze at Do-yoon's remark. Yeah, it's almost like that's how it works.
그런 말은 아무 도움이 안 돼요.
Dude.
너무 섣불리 판단하지 마.
혜성이 만나러 갔을 때 얘기를 다시 해볼까?
한 얘기 또 해서 뭐 하시게요?
언니! 나 진짜 쟤 못 만났어!
Yoon held Ina's hand. He looked pale but calm.
알아. 정리가 필요한 것 뿐이야. 확실하게 해두면 서로 의심할 일도 없을 테니까. 알겠어. 그런 거면
S신년처럼 다른 가능성도 생각해야 돼요.
Then you keep talking about this person, even though you said that it wasn't serious before. It's almost like you're using them as an excuse. Don't lie to me, Sil. You're acting pretty sus right now.
우리 안에 있을 거라고 단정 지을 순 없으니까.
You're being really sus right now, my dude. Someone outside. It could be possible that someone from outside the group has sneaked into attack Hyeseong. Unlikely.
다른 통로나 사람을 보진 못했지만
그거야. 저도 알지만요.
So did he sleep and just stood there? He didn't turn around after checking up on Hyeseong.
숨소리는 미약하지만 안정된 상태야.
Are you going to like wrap his wounds or something for the love of God?
그럼 얘기해보자.
God fucking damn it. They stared at one another nervously. Well, at least we got here. Let's see what's some better. Just seems Looks right up close over the roads. Yeah, then it's definitely not them. Like, what would they lie about, like, the murder method when it's clearly not that? Oh, you piece of shit. So basically nothing. Okay. Okay.
대체
Listen, just what happened?
있잖아.
Let's just try to roughly determine when it happened. What do you want to know? I already told you I didn't even get to see him.
설마
Are you implying that
아니야.
anyone might look suspicious if we discuss every little thing? If we go over it, we would feel less anxious. Anna braced herself with both arms. I know you mean well, but what is it that you want to hear? Corridor, dressing room, nobody was there. Let's see.
그땐
You were with Sil when you came back, right? Can you tell me what happened?
그게
Well, I went to see Hyeseon when you came back. But the dressing room was empty, so I also stopped by at the staff corridor. No one was there, so I came back out and Sil was there.
그래서
So did you guys come out right away? What do you expect? Shake hands with each other?
그게
That's not what I mean. I'm wondering if you surveyed the area some more. I wasn't there, but there was no one. I've gone all the way inside. Are we done? That was it. Okay, she went to see Hyeseon after he came back, but Hyeseon wasn't in the dressing room when she came back after checking the staff corridor. She met Xiao, and they came back together. Okay, yeah, it's definitely him. Like, he had the time. Like, he probably heard something in the bathroom, came in, found the chance. Yeah, like, like, it's either Hyuk or him, and I find it more likely that Ciel would try something, that Hyuk would try something if, like, whatever, Hesian had on him wasn't good enough.
잠깐.
Come to think of it, one thing comes to mind.
그런
Isn't there this someone out there hostile enough to attack us? I can't say for certain, but Ina tilted her head a few times.
그게
It was well known that Hessian and I were on bad terms with each other. Are you talking about the show? That and in real life as well. That's why the stalker was gnashing his teeth at Hessian, talking about how rude he is and how we'll get rid of him. And you as well. Oh yeah, the stalker who happened to be Ciel. I wonder. Wait. This one.
그럴까?
Me? Because you and I often appear on the show together? Like there's something between us?
맞았어.
Exactly, I guess he was uncomfortable with that. Although it was totally different from reality. He said you were next after Hesiang, which means it could be him.
혹시
Hey, if this is about me,
아니야.
the stalker getting angry by himself has nothing to do with you. That's true, but we'll keep the stalker thing in mind. Yeah, I think we should. He was very unpredictable. A stalker who was obsessed with Ina. He was encouraged by Ina appearing in photos with Sadako Tessa, including Duyun. Which is funny because most of her, like, romantic tension right here has been with Yu Young of all people.
말이 돼?
You're just babbling nonsense. They read as if it was how they committed the crime. What good would it do to consider that horrible nonsense? I'm not sure if they were being figurative or literal, but
혹시
I might be able to figure out something from it.
아닌 것 같아.
I didn't want to think as soon as I saw the post. That's not strange either. More information will be helpful, of course. Ina smacked her lips bitterly. Let's not overindulge yourself, it's bad for our mental health.
맞았어.
Hesian Yang's threat was true as predicted. You saw what happened to Hesian at 2 a.m. Hesian Yang could be hiding somewhere around here.
그땐
Oh, well, look, Tex. Well, Graham is here. Do you think we can trust the processes? Why are you acting all careful all of a sudden?
야,
Just cut to the chase and tell me, do you think their forewarning came true? No, I mean, he's not dead.
맞아.
In a society, it is clear that he was attacked by someone. That is at the predicted time.
그렇지만
He's not dead, but not fine either.
확실하지 않아.
We're not even sure if he can make it out of here alive. We can't just regard it as a pure coincidence. Terrible things already happened, and we can't deny that. The scene was found in the restroom at 2 a.m. Okay.
혹시나
You're not suspecting me, are you? Yes, I am. You're the stalker, honey. I know you're the stalker. I know it's you. Of course I'm suspecting you. You're the one person that I'm suspecting the most. Is you're Hyuk, and I'm more likely to believe that it's you. You sassy baka.
나는
I'm just trying to figure out when Hessian was attacked, which also involves me blaming you for it. Just saying. How am I supposed to help you with that? Tell me what happened when you went to the dressing room. He'll hesitantly opened his mouth.
그게요.
When the place shook, I followed Ina to the back of the stage. I went in because the dressing room door was open, but nobody was there.
그렇다는 건
Are you saying you didn't see anyone on the way to the dressing room?
네,
Right, I'm sure of it. Anyways, I stayed there for a moment because I was confused.
그리고
When I went back to the corridor, Ina came out from the staff corridor. She said she was looking for Hessian because he wasn't in the dressing room. It looked dangerous to stay there, so I told her we should head back to the stage. Followed Ina to the dressing room, but it was empty. After waiting there for some time, he came out to the central corridor to see Ina, so they came back together. This looks like a kid who spends 4 hours in queue waiting for the new shipment of Pokemon cards to arrive to the overpriced Japanese item store. Well, he's a professional stalker, so that sounds like stalker behavior.
혹시
The Yuhan looks like he's normally a Jason boyfriend who took the day off to take him there. Bad news, Do Yuhan has the yaoi bait with a different character. And also he could have been a femboy. There are a bunch of what's the word that I'm looking for? Backstory shots of him with long hair. Like there's a bunch of backstory shots of him with long hair, and he could be a femboy. He could have been a great femboy, and they made him cut his hair. Absolutely ruined. Face tremor. When did that happen? It was right after I asked you if there wasn't anything else on Father.
왜요?
What time was it? 45. I think it was around 1:45 a.m.
맞아요.
Yeah, Hessian wrote the post at around 1:40 a.m. and Ina left. I waited for a moment after that, so it should match. It took about 10 minutes for me to come back with Ina after stopping by at the dressing room. Hessian was discovered at around 2 a.m. That means that matches. He came back after talking to Hessian and stayed on the stage ever since. He met the group that was returning while trying to find Yu-Young Hyuk. Okay.
말하자면
There are many other possibilities. No, it was you. I know it was. Besides that, who here would do that to Hessian? Why beat him half to death? Why?
맞아.
In a sense, yeah.
그 말은
It must have been done by somebody else. My gut feeling tells me Seon Young is the one. Yes, Seon Young could be more than one person. Their accomplice could be hiding somewhere in here.
대체
Why would Seon Young do such a thing?
그거야.
So many people held a grudge against Seon. If I'm to make a guess, the school violence victim immediately comes to mind. He asked why Hessian was still on the show even after the exposure. He complained that Hessian wasn't immediately disappeared from the show. Yeah, we didn't know.
그래도
But Hessian wasn't the only person Hessian Young attacked.
그렇다는 건
We could widen the scope. To someone who might be holding a grudge against one of the survivors. What about you? Anyone's come to mind immediately? I mean, Wusuk hates me, but I don't think he would.
혹시
What about the beloved staff? They must have suffered a loss during the incident, and as Seon also mentioned Yu Young.
그거야.
He mentioned something that wasn't familiar to the public. Yeah, about her working as a barista.
사실은
To be honest, some even asserted that Yu Young should never be allowed back in show business. That she not only disbanded the group but also the entire company. That's excessive. It's not my opinion, one of the beloved staff said it. Someone related to beloved which Yu Young was part of. He didn't say much. It's possible that he wasn't happy with Yu Young's activities.
그리고
Speaking of the former staff, your band vocalist could be the one with a grudge.
그래도
But he wasn't hostile enough to attack me or threaten me.
그치만
Really, to me he seemed hostile enough. The things he said on Father was almost abusive.
도윤이 형
Ian, you are too naive about what others might be thinking about you. Point is, it's just a matter of how you say it. The vocal is a masquerade, which Duyun was part of. He kept expressing his suspicion about Duyun after the preliminaries. Yeah, but it's mostly like Twitter feuds. It's fine.
도윤이 형,
Tell me exactly what S. Young said.
그게
He uploaded the post at 2 a.m. to say they eliminated Hyeseong. What were their exact words?
그랬어.
That they cut his throat. Sorry to say this, but
아닌 것 같아요.
Hyeseong was hit on the back of his head, so S. Seongyeon wasn't exactly right. I guess you can say that. Well, just because they wrote the post doesn't mean they're the attacker. What's important is that we don't doubt those of us in here.
혹시나
Was there anything else? What was the other thing? Yeah, this one, right.
그건
They asked why the survivors are keeping quiet. They want to know if something happened since Hyeseong went quiet.
네.
We should just stay quiet. We shouldn't have responded to the pirate foes in the first place. It happened already. What can we do?
아시겠어요?
But we should ignore them from now on at least. It will be over if we just stay together and wait for the rescue team to arrive. The attacker is surely someone from outside the collapse site, so we shouldn't stress. We just need to hang in there until we are out of here. Assuming to try to match with the way his son was killed. Well, his wasn't killed, but I guess they didn't like change the text for this one in the case that he survived. His head had been struck by something. Thanks for the reuse of assets without any modifications, game.
또 시작이네요.
There are always guys like that. You said S. Seongyeon might be the attacker.
너무 나갔어요.
I hate that kind of posting. Taking all that nonsense about forewarning and gets all excited if just one turns out to be true.
그건
I don't like it either. After 30 years, he'd be so embarrassed of himself.
혹시
Something happened before?
아닌데요?
No, not at all. I guess they're acting up because people don't know who they are. How pathetic.
안 되는데.
I never thought Hyeseong would be...
대체
I thought it was dangerous, but this is... We could have stopped him from going there if we tried harder. Young, nobody could have predicted this situation. Yoon raised her head after catching her breath.
도윤아,
Yoon, when Hyeseong was in the dressing room, you were on the stage with Hyuk, right?
네.
Yeah, I told Hyuk that we should bring Hyeseong back. But then you suddenly appeared. It was a hyperventilation, it came all of a sudden.
그게
Could you just stay in one place? I was really taken aback.
어,
It's easy to calm myself down when I'm alone. I'm not myself when it gets really bad. Well, it's my fault for letting you out of my sight.
그건 그렇지만
I'm sorry to have worried you. He patted Duyun on the shoulder.
그때
I was at the empty lot in front of the door near the stage that leads to the central corridor. Wait. I was trying to calm myself down while catching my breath. The door opened when I was getting a little better. Inanso came out, right?
맞아.
Yeah, I was so surprised back then. That's how the three came back to the stage. Okay, wait. Wait, yeah, it's definitely Seal now that I think about it. She started to hyperventilate, so she tried to catch her breath in front of the door that leads to the central corridor from the back, from the stage. She saw Inanso coming out, so they came back together.
글쎄,
Someone from out there who might have attacked Hyeseong. Forget whether it's possible or not. Do you think someone like that exists? Let's not be so quick to judge. It's not our jobs to identify the suspect or attacker.
글쎄요.
I wonder what kind of grudge you have to hold to do that to someone.
내 생각엔
Men and melons are hard to know. I'm not trying to side with the attacker, but
네.
I know what you mean. Still, I don't understand. How could they do that to someone just because the circumstances allow them to?
아니야.
Not everyone can do that. Don't think too deeply. It's dangerous.
분명히
They'd run their mouth if they were proud of it.
그렇다는 건
They said that because they weren't actually with us. Or something about taking care of Hyeseong. Young's face turned pale while listening to him.
역시
It's one of the two.
괜찮아요?
Young, are you okay? Maybe I shouldn't have. It's fine, I don't buy anything Hyeseong says, but
안 되겠어.
I think we should stop talking about what happened to his throat or anything like that.
네.
Yes, I got it. Thank you for understanding me. And the threat.
그러고 보니
The time had matched when we found him. We saw Hyeseong at 2 a.m., which was the time forewarned by Hyeseong,
맞아요.
like they had done it. It's only natural to think that way. Last place in the ranking dies at 2 a.m.
너는
What do you think about Hyeseong's forewarning? Well, yeah, he's not dead, so...
아니요.
Wouldn't call it a forewarning. Hyeseong was last place in the ranking, but he didn't die.
맞아.
You're right, it can't be a forewarning because Hyeseong's still alive. Hyeseong just says something randomly and what happened was just a coincidence.
그래도
Although we can't ignore them completely. Hyeseong will tell us something after he recovers. We better keep checking on him.
나도야.
Please do, I will also keep an eye. Nothing alters the fact that we must get out of here safely. Okay, Hyeseong was unconscious but alive. You know, I could use a little bit of sanity, so here you be a supportive friend, please.
형, 혜성이 괜찮을까?
글쎄, 계속 지켜봐야 할 것 같아. 의식은 없지만 호흡은 안정적이야.
처음엔 죽은 줄만 알았는데 하늘이 도왔어.
그래. 그렇다고 밖에는.
대체 어떤 놈이 이런 짓을? 의식이 돌아와야 뭐라도 들을 수 있을 텐데.
당장은 무리야.
알고 있어. 일단 구조대 올 때까지 혜성이를 보호하는 게 우선이야.
Oh, really? You're not gonna give me sanity for that one? Oh, motherfucker. What are you yaoi baiting me for if not to give me sanity when my sanity is low? Slut.
그런 거면
To go over what we did during Hyeseong's incident.
그땐
When did it happen?
그게
I saw Hyeseong's post at around 1:40 a.m. Ina went to see Hyeseong after reading it. Until they came back, you and I were on the stage. Young disappeared once in the meantime. Come to think of it, the two of us were the only ones who had never left the stage by then. In other words, you're the only one who can testify that I was on the stage. And you're the only one who can vouch for me, right?
그래.
Yeah, we don't know how things might turn out. You can argue that we conspired to fabricate this story. Okay, but how could you conspire to fabricate this story? Like, if you were here and he died at 2 a.m. and we weren't here at 2 a.m. I mean, they weren't there to, like, come on guys, please. I mean... Yeah. I think you're more likely to be suspected.
그러면
People might suspect you though. They are going to think that you would lie for me. Would I be willing to do that for you? If not, forget it.
맞아.
Well, I think I could have done it for you. You didn't do anything. I'll testify to anything for you. Thanks for saying that, yaoi bait. He could put on an awkward smile. Yeah, yaoi bait. In real life, we should hope that kind of situation will never happen.
괜찮아.
It's going to be okay. It has to be.
그래.
Yeah, let's not think too deeply. What I know is that we were both at the stage when it happened. For us, that's the only truth. I came back after talking to Hesian and talked to Duyan on the stage. He meant the group that was returning while trying to find Yu Yang.
글쎄.
Someone from out there.
혹시
Something comes to mind?
아마.
Must be very strong dissatisfaction to attack something, to attack someone. Hesian has as many fans as he has haters. To think that just one of the haters seems limiting.
만약에
Blackmail. What about the blackmailer? It came out after a while that Seon Young had received some blackmail. If someone said blackmail to Seon Young, if this blackmailer represented Seon Young's unfair favoritism, Hesian might not be free from their anger. It's certainly possible.
그치만
But would dissatisfaction with the show lead to murderous intent?
그건
You have a point. It's one thing to hate the show, but quite another to actually attack someone. He briefly fell silent.
도윤아,
Have you ever hated someone so bad that you wanted to kill that person? No, but it's possible. Although I can't imagine what it feels like to hate someone so bad you'd want to kill that person.
결국
They were spurred into action, which means they had a deep-seated grudge or impulsive enough to put their thoughts into action. I'm also impulsive, but everyone has that trait.
그렇지?
Right? But not everyone does that.
그럴 거야.
Of course not. I'll tell you if anything else comes to mind.
역시
It's horrible.
그랬지.
As Young mentioned elimination from the show or something in the beginning, then their expression got more aggressive over the course of time. That they would cut his throat. Higo fell silent for some time.
아니었어.
It is a bit different in reality since Hesian's neck is okay. Although Esenian kept running their mouth regardless.
어쨌든
The concept is to continue the addition. As for the posts they have been uploading, yeah,
그랬어.
they blame those who didn't vote. Said it was our fault that Hesian got eliminated.
그래.
Yeah, I clearly remember that. We'll be eliminated if out of the ranking. It is a basic concept of B-stars and also the concept utilized by Young.
뭐랄까.
Is that so? Comparison can also be regarded as a literary expression. Literary expression? Where you seeing metaphors now?
솔직히
Hesian's neck wasn't injured as Young had predicted.
다시 말해서
Are you saying that Young tried to hurt Hesian so that he won't be able to sing anymore? That's what Young wrote it. So Young is the attacker. That is, if we're to consider possibilities. They can't just pull away just because the situation is different. Hesian's threat didn't match with the way Hesian was killed, but they were speaking metaphorically. I mean, what's the point of speaking metaphorically though?
혹시
You think they got it right?
어?
Are you talking about Young? They don't seem like a common troll though. Young is in serious condition but still alive.
그렇다면
You think the post would have been negligible if we read it from out there? It's no different now. If you get tied down by that, there will only be fear.
맞아.
You're right. We need to let it slide. At least we should. No, because it's us. Even the breeze feels like a typhoon because we're locked up in here. Okay, we're at a good point for intermission, so let me put on a save for Route B. Since this game look like they're yaoi coded. I mean, yeah, a little bit. To be fair, a little bit. But anyway, I'll come back in a sec. I'm gonna go get myself some coffee. And then we'll continue with Route B. So, see you in a sec. Alrighty, I'm back. Time to continue with this bullshit. Yeah, let's move on, team. My sanity. It's dying. Everyone let out a deep sigh.
이럴 거면 난 S 승연을 밀래.
그럼 출입구 같은 게 있었어야 하는데.
그런 게 있었으면 우리도 발견했을 거야.
아예 처음부터 붕괴 현장 안에 있었다면요?
그것도 일리 있는데? 여기 돌아가는 상황도 나름 빠삭하게 알던 것 같고.
어쨌든 우리 아니면 제3자 지실 수밖에 없죠.
Does this not remind me of those reincarnation manga where the guys suffer horrible past and then come back second time to have the rich? I've never read anything like that. I'll take your word for it. He began to grow restless at all the different theories. Zion was seriously injured. If the tension ramped up any higher, things could easily get out of control. Zion tried to clear his mind.
S 승연이 짜놓은 판이라는 게 진짜 가능할까?
2시에 한다고 말했지. 그리고 정말 2시에 했어.
But he didn't though.
다 아는 것처럼 말하고 그게 맞아 들어갔다고. 아니야?
맞아 들어갔다라.
뭔가 걸리는 점이 있어?
혼자 갸웃거리지 말고 말 좀 해주세요.
그럼 네 생각을 말해줘 볼래?
Of course he was going to. Dion decided to point out the incongruity from the conversation. Okay, the first set should be survival, fact, time.
S 승연은 정해진 시간에 혜성이를 죽일 것처럼 말했어. 하지만 우린 살아있는 혜성이를 발견했지.
반쯤 죽은 상태긴 했잖아.
Yeah, but he was alive and like a professional finishes the job on the moment, girl. You don't fuck up a murder attempt.
이나야. 짚은 거야, 그냥.
중태로 발견되긴 했지. 요는 S 승연이 한 예고 내지는 그 비슷한 선언은 틀렸다는 거야. S 승연이 예고한 시간은 2시였어. 우리는 그쯤 화장실에 있는 혜성이를 발견했지.
어떻게 시간을 맞췄을까요?
맞췄다고 할 수 있을까? S 승연이 한 예고는 2시에 하겠다는 거였어. 그때 우린 벌어진 상황을 봤지.
Yeah.
맞아. 실제 사건은 더 빨리 일어났던 거네.
Yes.
결국 무슨 뜻이야? 우연의 일치라고?
Yes.
그렇게 뭉뚱그리기는 무리일지도 몰라. 그치만 딱 예고대로 맞아 떨어졌다고 할 순 없어. S승연은 목을 땄니 어쩌니 떠들었었지. 그치만 혜성이는 화장실에 있던 대걸레 자루로 공격당했어.
대충 눈에 띄는 걸로 급하게 휘두른 느낌인데.
그나마도 내던져 놓은 상태였던 것 같아.
우발적이었고 급박하게 한 일이다?
Yep.
맞아. 시간까지 찍어서 예고한 일로는 안 보여. 결국 S승연이 한 예고라는 건 안 맞는 곳 투성이에요. 과도하게 의미를 부여하고 있는 건지도 모른다고요.
Inconsistent. A sentient forewarning was full of inconsistencies. It would be far-fetched to link it with the attack on Hanseong.
그렇다고 치면 누가 저랬단 건지가 문제잖아.
Yeah.
진짜 S수년이 아닌 거면
다른 외부인이거나 아니면
It was obvious as to what would follow. I don't think I've seen this side sprite for you, kid. You look good. They ruin a perfectly good fanboy. Look at him. He's trying to be Butch. Do you recall the moment of Hession's breakaway from them? From when he entered the dressing room to when he was discovered seriously injured in the restroom, it was clear that Hession was attacked during that time period.
내부인 중에서 습격이 가능했던 사람은
Yeah. Look, he still has the fanboy energy, but the short hair is making him look like a fucking butch. Like, I respect that, but like, the butch lesbian look doesn't necessarily work for him. He could have just been like, he deserved to keep the long hair. He looked good in those fucking flashbacks. Like, those flashback images showed a very perfectly reasonable fanboy. No, he needs to have long hair. You can't fight me, I'm the streamer. I could time you out if I want. Or ban you. I have that power, I remind you that. Hehe.
이나는 규혁이 형이 온 다음 혼자 혜성이한테 갔었어.
Yeah.
분장실이 비어있길래 스텝 복도로도 가봤다고 했지.
Some fanboys look better with short hair, and some fanboys look better with long hair. This is a perfectly good long hair fanboy.
거기도 빈 걸 보고 나와서 세일이를 만났고 같이 돌아왔다고 했어.
Nobody will know if she met Hession before going to the staff corridor.
세일이는 혼자 떠난 이나보다 좀 뒤에 분장실로 갔어. 혜성이도 이나도 없어서 잠시 기다렸다고 했지. 그러다 복도로 나와 이나를 만났고 같이 돌아왔다고 말했어.
But who knew if he'd met Hession before encountering Ina? In fact, it would make the most sense, because if Ina was already in the staff corridor, he had enough time to get into the bathroom, find Hession, attack him, and then go check on Ina. Oh yeah, he definitely is. That I'll agree with.
이렇게 두 사람이야.
Daniel suspect. Of the members at the collapse site, Ina and Ciel were the only ones who could have attacked Hession. Would it be wise to bring on this topic at this moment? It was just about the possibility, not necessarily pegging either of them as the attacker. Leon decided to put a twist to the question.
이나야, 세일아. 혜성이한테 갔을 때 또 특별한 건 없었어?
특별한 거?
가서 본 건 다 얘기했는데요.
잠깐만.
Ina took big strides toward Duyun.
왜 우리 둘한테 물어? 뭔가 수상쩍다 그런 거야?
I mean, Ina, to be honest, I'm less suspicious of you and more suspicious of the literal stalker that you've been protecting for some awful reason, because while he is very clearly your stalker, who you're worried about, you have for some good awful reason again not realized that he's your stalker, even though he's very clearly your stalker.
수상쩍은 것까진 아니지만 너랑 세일이 두 사람 행적이 불명확한 건 사실이야.
와, 돌직구 던지네.
Well, you wanted an answer, honey buns. Of course I'm gonna be decked.
애매한 데가 있단 건 나름대로 인정.
Surprisingly, Ina gave in.
그런데 아니야. 말싸움 좀 했고 사이 좀 나빴다고 저런 짓을 하냐?
I mean, Ina, I believe that of you. I don't believe it of Cell.
저도 그렇죠. 구조까지 버티기도 빡세잖아요. 가만히 냅둬도 자폭했을 텐데.
Cell slurred the last word of his sentence, glancing at Hyeseong. The conversation only led to greater uncertainty.
어떻게 돌아가는 거야 진짜. S승연은 지금 중요한 게 아니야. 중상자가 나왔어. 희생자로 만들 순 없어. 지금은 그게 제일 중요해.
Yeon being the only responsible person in this situation and yet not bandaging the literal bleeding person. Her face was pale, but her eyes showed her resolve.
진상은 혜성이가 깨어나면 알 수 있겠죠.
깨어날 수 있을까?
I would hope.
그건
Leon stared at Hyeseong, who was laying face up on the floor. Pale face, blue lips.
이겨낼 거야. 분명히.
I would hope. Yeon quietly noticed as he recalled his past conversation with Hyeseong.
범인은 외부인으로 놓고 있는 게 낫겠어요.
No.
외부인이 저럴 수 있으면 우리라고 안전하겠냐?
그거야. 뭉쳐있으면 별 수 있겠어요?
He wasn't wrong. Hyeseong's mistake had been going at it alone.
그래. 뭉쳐 있으면 안전할 거야.
They stayed together for some time. The group checked up on Hyeseong's condition and chatted with one another. They completely ignored Hyeseong's provocation. They were busy dealing with the injured, just paying no attention to the outside world. Time passed without much happening. Young suddenly checked her watch.
구조대 연락 같아.
Oh, finally! Hi guys!
이제 전화 되는 건가? 얘기해볼게.
Young put out the palm of her hand and continued to talk. Well, I guess it's a watch, but still. Young explained Hyeseong's condition again. She also told them about their situation.
여기까지야.
여기로 온다니 계기구 있는 게 무조건 좋겠네요.
오면서 생기는 진동 때문에 추가 붕괴가 날 수도 있댔어.
여태 지진처럼 온 그거겠지? 그래, 아마도.
Ian tried to catch her breath.
주위 잘 살피는 수밖에 없어. 철거 현장에 갇힌 꼴이네.
I mean, to be fair, considering demolitions usually involve like exploding the building in such a way that it will collapse into itself, yes, you are sort of stuck in a demolition site, an accidental one though.
그럼 퇴거 명령서 같은 종이 쪼가리라도 받겠지만.
Something flashed through Ian's mind after hearing it.
그러고 보니까 그거 말이야.
What?
그게 뭔데?
What?
협박장. 신 PD님이 받았었다고 한 거.
Oh, that, right.
정확하게 무슨 내용이었어?
Cell's eyes widened behind his glasses.
갑자기 협박장이 왜요?
I mean, we never talked about it and it seemed important.
혜성이 뒤에서 머리를 맞았어.
Yes.
우리 중에 그걸로 이득 볼 사람 없다는 건 다 나왔고.
I mean, that's not true, but go on.
협박자라든지 다른 원한 가질 만한 사람은 없나 해서.
협박자는 PD님이 받은 거지. 혜성이한테 간 게 아니잖아.
Yeah, but about that.
뭐든 한 번은 생각해보자는 뜻이야?
Cell came forward, scratching his head.
그거 뭐 대단한 건 아니었어요.
그럼 뭔지 얘기할 수도 있겠네.
이거랑 상관없는 것 같은데.
Sell? Did you send the blackmail? Sell Chang, did you also sell the man? Was the blackmail about the fact that Seongyun was in a relationship with Haeseon? Was that what is was the blackmail? Was that it? Sell, I swear to God, if you're the person who sent the blackmail and it was about that, I am so getting you arrested for attacking this little boy. Like, I don't care that he's annoying, you're worse. Sell hesitated and looked around.
어떤 내용이었는데?
그게 오디션 공정하게 해라 그런 내용 같았어요.
Okay, yeah, it's definitely Sell.
같았다는 건 무슨 뜻이야?
그게
내용 봤다며? 무대 직전이면 얼마 안 됐잖아.
그래
It's him.
탑9에서 떨어진 규일 씨요. 강규일 씨. 그때 말 많았잖아요. 공정하니 많이 하면서.
Like the voice acting is so like, oh god, like this is. See, this is another problem with this visual novel. Like, the suspense is non-existent. Sorry, I'm having my coffee. Like, the suspense in this situation is basically non-existent. Like, I can kind of figure out who is who in this situation, like who did what, very, very easily, because everybody talks like an idiot in ways that makes it obvious what they did.
그거면 페이터에서 떠드는 얘기만도 못한데?
죽여버린다 어쩐다 했으니까 협박장 내용으로는 맞죠. 역시 들어보니까 별 상관 없었죠?
Are you sure, honey?
협박장이라고 하기도 무색한 내용이네. 정말로 그런 내용이었어?
네? 아니면 뭔데요?
Do you recall the moment when they had found Seong-young's body? Sel mentioned about the black man at the time, but never went into detail. He had felt it wasn't something trivial at the time. Sel had said quite gravely at the time, but now he was saying like it was something trivial. Was she telling the truth? No, obviously. He thought we're going to branch out.
역시 여기 대볼 내용은 아니야.
It's not.
그땐 왜 무게를 잡아서...
Hyuk was remaining silent, looking at Sel. Diyun passed by the rest of the group and stood next to Hyuk.
형, 왜 그러고 있어?
도윤아, 그게
Yes?
잠깐! 뉴스 떴어!
Oh. Really injured person discovered his sincere first. I saw the news when no one actually died, lol. If he is heavily injured, something must be happening there, but I'm glad no one died. There's no evidence that Seong-young is inside the building, and the contestant it claimed dead is still alive. What do we need more? Just ignore it, please. We need to figure out the de facto power behind this. Not surprising, everyone. Ignore all comments by Seong-young. I'll block anyone who shares its comments. Even if Seong-young is not there, it seemed to have a grudge against the show, but that doesn't mean we have to close our eyes. We won't let it slide this time. Haeseon was injured, but what's worse, blackmailing wounded people left in an extreme condition is no different from an attempted murder. Yes, it is! One involves murder. If you murder someone, they can't be blackmailed because they're dead. People die when they are killed, game. The writing in this game makes me want to strangle someone.
단독 기사야.
현장에 뻗치던 기자가 캐낸 모양이네요. 시간 문제긴 했어요.
도윤아, 아까 얘기
Yes. Hyun raised his head to listen to Hyuk.
좀 이상해.
Uh-huh.
세일이 협박장에 대해서
Yeah, I know, honey buns.
거짓말을 하고 있어.
Yeah, I know. I know, Yaoi Bait. I know that he's lying.
뭐?
Mean what? You figured it out fast! Do you fucking idiot! He could lower his voice.
사실은 나도 협박장을 봤어.
Okay, thanks Yuyuk for being the only useful person in this situation right now.
어떻게?
Yeah, what happened?
신 PD님이 직접 보여줬어.
Oh.
그걸 내가 보냈다고 생각했거든.
Oh. Okay.
협박장에 탑9 얘기는 있지도 않았어.
Uh-huh.
그럼 무슨 내용이었던 건데?
You could stare directly at Ciel.
그건
Yes.
신 PD님하고 혜성이의 관계에 대한 내용이었어.
Oh, okay, so you knew that those two were sleeping together because she showed you the blackmail because she thought that you said it. Wait. Was that why you killed her? Like, there's something here because, like, if she thought that you were the one who sent that blackmail, it means that she did something for her to think that you would be so upset that you would try to blackmail her. So I guess we're getting to the Hyuk's motive for killing Theoyoung situation to a point. But most importantly, very few people would know about this relationship except people working on the staff who might have seen these two, like, you know, smacking it, you know? So Ciel is the most likely candidate, which means that he's the most likely one to have try to kill Hyeseong in this run, and or kill Hyeseong in the other run. So by all means, Ciel, would you like a seat over there? I'm gonna call the police. Well,
연출자랑 출연자 이상의 관계라는 걸 다 알고 있다면서.
uh-huh. Hyun raised his hand to interrupt Hyuk.
형, 잠깐. PD님은 왜 그걸 형이 보냈다고 생각한?
Yeah, that. What is the motive? Like, what is the murder motive for you? Like, I'll forgive you. I just need the motive.
PD님,
Yes?
나한테 비슷한 제안을 했던 적이 있거든.
Oh, so she's that kind of person. Okay, I get it. Okay, she just sleeps. Okay, so that's where we're going with that. Alright, okay. Finally, we've been here for like 15 hours and the game finally got something interesting.
나라고 생각한 거겠지.
The game finally gave me some interesting drama. Thank you, game. It just took you like 20 hours. This is like the 5th stream that I do of this. We've been here like 20 hours and the game, well, almost 20 hours, and the game finally gave me something that it's actually interesting. Yeah, thanks, Galway. Thank you for actually the interesting plot point. We've been stuck in plot point hell where everything is boring for like so long. Thank you. Thank you, Hyuk. Private relations. According to Hyuk, Seogyeon and Hyeseong's reaction was more than just business. Yeah, we know. Hyun fell silent for a moment. I guess it gives you that because in the route where like Hyeseong dies, you don't find out. Because you don't, you know, fully commit to his friendship. You don't find out that they're sleeping together, I suppose, or you more likely won't find out that they're sleeping together.
세일이는 왜 협박장 내용을 다르게 얘기한 거지?
So that's why it's written like that. They lied about the blackmail's content. He said that a fan of one of those eliminated contestants made a murder threat and demanded a fairer edition.
본 적이 없는 거면 아예 모른다고 해도 될 텐데.
Yeah.
직접 물어보면 뭐라고 할까?
글쎄, 모르겠어.
Well, he would probably deny it, Yaoi Bait. Hmm. I mean, one is gonna give me less with Ciel, and I want him to still like me, even though I'm gonna send him to the police for so like, yeah, let's not push him to the edge yet. Not yet. Later. Feeling confused, Jaehyun kept his mouth shut. Just then, he took a step forward.
세이라, 마음에 걸리는 게 있어.
Okay, Yaoi Bait is gonna take it upon himself.
네? 뭐가요?
협박장 내용에 대한 거.
갑자기 내용이 뭐요? 도윤이 형, 규혁이 형 왜 저래요?
형, 말하려고?
협박장 내용, 네 말하고는 다르잖아.
진짜 어이가 없네.
No.
협박장 보기라도 하셨어요?
Yes. He could briefly stare at Hyeseung.
혜성이하고 PD님 관계에 대한 내용이었어.
Everyone's jaws drop as if it wasn't incredibly obvious. Sil's face turned completely pale.
그거
Yes, it was.
아닌데요.
Yes, it was, honey. Anyone could tell. Sil was not being honest with what was written in the blackmail.
갑자기 저한테 왜 그러세요? 제가 뭐 서혜성을 어떻게 하기라도 했단 거예요?
Yes.
혜성이 일하곤 별개야. 협박장에 대해 물어본 거야.
그거야 다르게 기억할 수도 있죠.
Han, please. Please put in the effort. Like, Sil, they're not gonna think that you kill him outright and you just admit that you're the one who sent the blackmail. Just be honest about it.
이런 상황에 잘못 떠올릴 수도 있는 거 아니에요?
Han, you sound like you're lying, please. Please. Things were getting tense. Yeah, he does say. Doyun gulped.
한도윤, 혹시 페이터 봤어?
What about it? He turned his head toward the sound of the low voice.
얘기 돌아가는 게 좀 이상해.
Uh-huh.
얘기? 어떤 얘기?
이거 봐봐.
Think of it, they said that there was one floor director inside it. Is there anyone who knows about this person? The producer's name might be Sel Chang. Oh, that name and face ring a bell? The floor director has endless strange stories. After that, he used the official account to post a slandering comment against Hyeseung, causing rage amongst his fans. He was the floor director. Let's see him. I remember he frowned at the cheering pickets for Hyeseung. He asked us to put aside all pickets saying they can block the passage.
왜 세일이가 타깃이 됐어?
Are we gonna like get to the part where he's a stalker finally?
사망자 발표하고 생존자 명단이랑 사진 다시 나갔는데 문제는 그게 아니야. All staff members other than the producer didn't like Hyeseung, particularly for the director was a big fan of Ina. I watched the B-Star show sometimes. Interestingly, the producer favored Hyeseung, but Hyuk was always ranked first. He always had Ina's photos and clips stored on his personal tablet to see in his free time. And just as something creepy. Ah yes, man standing emoji. This is known as a photo of Ina Stalker. Isn't he the floor director guy? Do you look at Ina? 더 있어.
Yeah.
You can see clearly by zooming in. Man standing.jpg. It's here too?
팬들이 찍어서 갖고 있던 사진들이래.
Yeah. You know, Ina, you could have realized that like months ago if you have checked your photos that your fans take more often. Just saying.
그런데 왜 세일이가 계속...
Doyoon, please. You know why.
알고 있었어?
당연히 몰랐으니까 말하지.
And why, oh why, sweetie, did you not try to find out about this when your fans clearly took many photos of you where he is clearly stalking you? This is like a gigantic plot hole in the game. Like, Ina should know. Like, if she checks her social media and her fans are taking photos, and her fans are taking photos of someone who is definitely her stalker while she's going about, and the guy looks exactly as her, how did she not realize at any point whatsoever before the events of the story? It makes zero sense. Ina lower her watch.
내 생각 말해봐.
Uh-huh.
어떻게 생각하는데?
Uh-huh.
아무래도 찾은 것 같아.
Yeah, and you could have found him like months ago, honey.
내 스토커. 편지 보내던 놈.
Ina walked towards Ciel.
이나 씨,
너 뭐야? 협박장만 구라가 아닌데?
네? 제가 뭐요?
너지?
네? 저 아니에요. 제가 어떻게 서혜정을...
So you would absolutely attack Hyeseong. I'm 100% sure that it's you. I know Hyuk has killed people before because Seo-young is dead, but I don't believe he did it this time.
그거 말고 내 스토커!
Seal's face turned pale. Again. Seal gulped and took a step back.
갑자기 그게 왜 나와요?
Han? Han? Really? Just give up.
이 마당에 스토커라뇨.
That was a good coffee.
그럼 이거 뭐야? 보고 얘기해.
Ina trusts her watch before Seal's face. Seal's face turned red after squinting at the screen.
이게 뭐지?
뭐냐고? 너잖아!
저 사진 구석이 같이 걸렸을 뿐이잖아요. 이게 스토커라는 증거가 된다고 생각하세요?
Honey, stop lying, please.
딴 거 뭐 다른 증거 있어요?
왜들 그래? 무슨 일이야? 페이터야. 얘가 지금 인기 급상승 중이거든.
Doyoon intervene between the two. Doyoon, let her kill him, please.
세일이 얘기도 한번 들어보자.
들었잖아! 딴 증거 있냐고 빡대는 거!
In the meantime, the rest of the group check out the powder post too. Yoo-young lowered her watch and asked Seal with a confused look on her face.
세일아, 옛날에 베스타 참가했었단 얘긴 뭐야?
Wait, you were appearing Beastars before?
사진까지 올라왔어. 예전 시즌인 거야?
Okay, so he wasn't. Okay, so that comment that he made before about being in Beastars is because he was in a previous season. Ha ha ha! Look at that! The father uses his Seal's face and name and a list of survivors to find out that he had participated in the past season of Beastars.
이나 사진은 지나가던 사람들이 막 찍은 거야. 저렇게 많은데 함께 나온 건 이상해.
Yeah.
그리고 협박장에 대한 것도.
Yeah.
도현이 형이라도 뭐라고 말 좀.
Yeah, I feel like it's good to just... Okay, guys, cool down. tie him up to a pole, and then we'll do the interrogation like it's an Ace Attorney game, okay?
잠깐, 이러다 큰일 터지겠어. 분위기 조금만 가라앉히자.
Leon also had many questions to ask him, but they shouldn't push him into a corner any further.
정확한 걸 알고 싶으면 먼저 얘기를 들어보자.
뭐야? 편드는 것도 아니고.
No, I'm not. I want you to murder him, but like... after we interrogate him like normal people, honey.
지금 이상한 점 한두 가지가 아닌 거 알잖아.
Yeah, he is. Don't worry about it. I agree.
저 말이 맞아. 과열되면 위험하다는 거. 그치만 세일아, 확실히 말해줘야 돼. 데이터 사진, 그리고 협박장 내용에 관한 거. 제대로 얘기해주면 분위기도 바뀔 거야.
Seal adjusted his glasses. His eyes quiver behind the glasses.
그럼 하나씩 물어보세요. 알고 싶은 거. 근데 제 대답 만족스럽지 못하실 수도 있어요.
In the awkward atmosphere, Ian began to bring up the suspicions. Well, let's see what's some pattern. Let's see. Witness. I found who saw Seal's face and name on the list of the survivors found out that this person who looked just like Seal in Nina's photos. Okay, that's the photo. This is from before. I couldn't quite when the name of the floor director came up and people started to say S. Yang could be one of the staff. The party user mentioned that S. Yang may be the floor director. After that, S. Yang stopped posting comments. I read an interesting post about who will benefit the most after the death of Seon Shin. If they want to resume the show, someone must take the baton, and a floor director could take her place. Yeah, but it's clearly Hyuk who killed her. The floor director didn't do much work on the stage. Most of the time he was out on duty or got shit on by the producer. But after getting scolded by Seongyeon, he took it out of his subordinates. His nickname was Notebook Guy. He wrote down everything to report to Seongyeon. Okay. People of Ina's fan club say the floor director was very nice to her. Is he the guy we're talking about now? His reputation is terrible to people in other fan clubs. The fans' impression on Silver is really bad. Of course. As I see in Mastown's post, I found photos about this man in another communities. Let's see. He was eliminated from the preliminaries of Beastar Season 2. A short clip mocking him was shared all over the internet. Oh, he looks like a fucking nerd. Of course he lost in the preliminaries. Look at this bitch. What's with that outfit? You look terrible. Another friend of the chair. Yeah, no, this was before. He was being arrogant in an interview, saying he majored in applied music, and I remember he threw tantrums after being eliminated. He was a bit notorious, so there might be clips about him. Okay. Okay. Attack. Okay, so nothing else there. Okay. I'm glad Hyuk actually gave us something interesting for this plot. Anyway.
그게
I had my doubts but never expected it to be true. But then it all began to make sense after hearing it. Ina blinked her blue eyes. He saw Seongyung's body. And ever since, Hyeon has gone berserk.
그랬었지.
He collided head-on with Seonyeon. He didn't listen to us.
말이 돼?
Of course not, he was so much engaged in fighting with them. Seonyeon had been his ex-girlfriend as well as ex-supporter, and he just found her miserably dead.
그렇잖아?
And then the troll impersonated Seonyeon showed up and spread false rumors. Ina looked at Hyeseon, who was lying on the floor without a word. That's what drove Hyeseon mad even more.
정리하면
One blackmail letter and two people who saw it. Even if Hyeseon told us the truth, isn't it awkward to call it blackmail?
어?
What do you mean? I'm a blackmail expert. Ina flashed her palm at Do-yoon, who was rather spaced out.
그러니까
I'm talking about receiving it. It was no murder threat or anything like that. Indescribable hatred and curses are the common factors in blackmail. It must have been hard.
그래.
It certainly doesn't cheer you up.
어쨌든
Anyhow, that's my personal opinion. About the blackmail, we'll have to wait and see. Fire records.
그거는
He pisses me off with his past audition history is a different issue. He wasn't particularly proud of his past and he has no reason to openly talk about it.
그래도
Still, somebody could have known about it.
볼 것도 없어.
No doubt he made a very brief appearance. So brief that nobody knew about it until somebody brought it up on Father. In a side, looking down.
하여튼
Anyway, it is evident that he hid about his past because he was ashamed of it. Also, it doesn't even have to do anything with our current issue.
그렇잖아?
We have to dig something else, don't we? Not that past, but what he has done for Beastar so far. And things he might have committed in here.
뭐야 진짜?
If it's all about coincidence, he could have been found even in my bedroom coincidentally. Who knows? But he keeps attributing everything to coincidence.
말이 돼?
Oh, are you cool enough to accept that poor excuse? Eyes wide open, Ina bit her lip. No. You went too far.
아니,
당연하지.
It's common sense. Do I really have to spoon feed you with detailed explanations? When or where? I guess where.
혹시
Do you remember where the photos were taken? To hear right answers, we need to throw right questions.
그래.
Fine, I'll tell you everything I know and remember.
생각해볼게.
But even if I fail to recollect something, it doesn't change the truth. Ina looked into the photos on Father again.
그거는
The first photo was taken in Busan, around my home. When was it taken?
그러니까
Just before joining the training camp after the preliminaries. We had time to pack our stuff. Yeah, we were given about a week.
그렇잖아?
The staff were busy preparing the training camp, so you had no reason to visit Busan at the time.
잠깐만.
Plus, I wrote the address of my dance crew studio as my home address when filling out the Beastars application form. Ina showed another photo right after.
그건
The second one was taken near the training camp.
맞아.
Remember, we were given some free time during the training camp. I'm sure it was taken back then while I was out walking about.
아마도
Since he works on the show, he must have known my schedule. He used my information for that purpose. I knew there was something fishy. I better pick him clean. First photo. Ina managed to remember when the photos were taken. One of them was taken when she was staying in her house in Busan after the preliminaries and right before the training camp. And second photo. Ina managed to remember when the photos were taken. One of them was taken when she left the training camp during her free time. Come to think of it, Seongyung's been quiet for some time. They were quite unstoppable up until they confronted Hyeseong. Ina paused for a moment, tapping her chin. Sales said he didn't have a phone or watch,
하지만
but we never know, right? That's
내
true,
생각-
but... Ow.
뭐
True, but what? We are already getting a number of feedback that support our suspicion. We don't even have enough time to go over each one of them.
아니야?
Don't tell me I'm overreacting. Even if I am, that won't deter me from verifying each and every one of the feedback.
야,
You think this is a joke? No.
Huh?
I didn't say anything. I thought you were going to talk about Ciel. Mean. She hates me.
으이, 진짜.
Did I strike your nerves? You're also quiet now. You were probably going to judge him by his appearance, I'm sure of it. I'm really getting pissed off, so let's stop talking about this, okay?
헐.
I didn't even realize until now that I had used it before. Use what? You know, his meme that went viral after he got eliminated?
그럴싸해.
That meme was perfect to describe my emotion whenever I wanted to make a scene. You would have known it would come back at this time.
아니?
It's bad because it best describes the situation. The meme and the photos in question. We will only provoke him more in this situation. Ow.
볼 것도 없어.
Yeah, then let it happen. That's what he deserves. If things aggravate, he will have to face much more than just that old meme of his.
그래.
Good point. He needs to understand that. Just forget about the other people. About other people. We need to save our own skin. That reminds me, I should call someone. Could you please give me some sanity, please? Wait, maybe I should have called Ina. You know, to fix our relationship.
세일이가 협박장 내용을 바꿔 말해서 득되는 게 있나?
글쎄, 바꿔 말했다는 건 확실하지만 뭘 숨기고 있을까?
솔직히 말해줬으면 좋겠는데.
평소답진 않아. 웬만하면 제대로 설명해 줬을 텐데.
본인이 엮인 일이기 때문일까? 대개는 스텝 입장에서 쇼 얘기를 하니까.
뭐든 직접 듣기 전까진 모를 일이야.
결국은 그렇지.
God damn it. I should have called you. Well, at least you still like me. You're not that angry.
왜였을까?
Something was an answer though. The difference in their power over this show is significantly big.
아무래도
Yeah, since one is a producer while the other is a mere contestant. The police will figure out the whole picture between the two of them eventually. Like how their relationship affected the result.
그건
What gained
그렇지만-
easily could be lost easily, but the real problem is not that.
내 생각엔
In this kind of unbalanced relationship, the relationship could be continued not out of one's willingness. Seon always gladly follows Seong-yeon though.
문제는 그거야.
Maybe he wasn't perceiving the true nature of the relationship, not knowing whether he really wanted the relationship or he was being under her control. Yoon took a step back and began to ponder.
그럴지도.
Maybe. To be honest, I haven't thought that far.
그래.
That's understandable. Anyway, it seems too hasty to believe that Hyeseon had been the sole beneficiary. That kind of relationship could be somewhat different from what it looks like from outside.
글쎄.
I haven't even seen the blackmail in the first place.
저기
I only briefly heard about what it was about, but nothing more than that.
아직이야.
They're arguing who's right and wrong. I'll just have to wait and see. They would only exhaust themselves if they go at each other like that without any evidence. Yoon sighed weakly. We still have much time at hand.
그렇다고 해서
Then you should be more concerned with your physical health. I might not be the best person to say this, but remember that your body influences your mentality.
네.
Yes, I'll remember that. Thanks for the sanity, girl. Before you know it, you would get swept away if you aren't careful.
대체
Well, that's a thing from ancient times.
아무래도
You can find anything on the internet nowadays.
알아.
I didn't know anything about his interest in audition, but I knew he was very interested in music. According to what people say, it must be season 2. That's a long time ago, isn't it?
그렇지.
Right. Seong-yeon was an assistant producer back then.
어?
But do you know that?
그건
I've been roughly monitoring the situations in this industry, even when I wasn't working. Preparing a comeback then?
그러면
Were you prepared to come back?
아무래도
You weren't ready to leave yet.
맞아.
Yes, my dream never changed. Exactly, I wasn't ready yet. I was at a dead end, but I still couldn't give it up. Yu Young opened her mouth again after flirting with her side hair.
그럴까?
Maybe Sel and Seong-yeon happened to know each other around this time.
아마도
It's possible as a staff member and a contestant.
그런가요?
So has Seong-yeon been working on Beastars all along?
아니야.
No, she went for a tabloid TV show sometime in the middle of as a producer. The show was called Scoop. I'm sure you've heard of it.
일단은
Its concept was to trace trending issues in a show business format to satisfy public curiosity. But in reality, they pried into people's private lives to an undue extent. Well, viewers loved the show for its shocking contents.
그때
And it earned Seong-yeon enough reputation thanks to the success of the show.
그러면
I guess that's when people began to call her star producing.
She was very successful. She even received an award. With that as a stepping stone, she gloriously came back to Beastars Season 4. Yoon joined Beastars Season 2 as an assistant producer. She left to make another program into a big hit, then came back to Beastars as a chief producer.
도대체
I never expected to find Seo in those other times like this. He could have kept denying it, but instead he admitted to it quickly.
맞아요.
No close-up shots so far. Maybe he was afraid that someone might post some close-up shots. Maybe.
진짜?
Changing his tactic to early admission to prevent no further suspicion.
It's just my assumption.
문제는 그거야.
The problem is not this but something else, not that Seo admitted to it. Why he went there and for what. Talk to Seo if you want to know more.
Yeah, I know, but I need to talk to everyone else first.
생각해봐.
I see no connection in the first place.
아마도
They are playing detective out there too.
아니야.
I don't think it's something we should direct our attention to. Even if we dare ask him if what they are saying is true, you're not expecting him to say yes, are you?
I mean, no. To be fair, no.
아니요.
No, Miss Aditi! I hope no one's fall for that kind of made-up story. If the story takes on its own life, it would only please S. Seong-young. We shouldn't let it happen.
그치만
Isn't that unusual for staff members to be criticized? It often happens when they try to maintain an order in studios.
글쎄요.
But the problem is he's being criticized for something else above that.
그건
Excited crowds would never miss a chance to nag at someone helpless.
The two of them quietly shook their heads.
그래.
The disclosure of his name and face opened Pandora's box. People are fervently making all kinds of assumptions, like what hardcore fans do to their favorites.
그런가요?
Fans and haters are both fervent, is that what you mean?
You could say so. Anyway, the atmosphere isn't good for us.
We might have to disregard those public opinions.
I hope so, but that's not easy at all. They tend to keep digging for more, and so do we.
Meme.
난
Regardless of the context, my heart aches.
혹시
Did you see Seal's clip too? Oops.
아니야.
I didn't see it. I've been in his situation before.
He didn't answer while frowning.
확실히
The show portrays a different aspect of a person in a distorted way, and it is proliferated via all kinds of media out there.
아시잖아요.
Images, video clips, you just name it.
맞아.
It spreads like graffiti on walls. Understanding that, it doesn't feel like that's irrelevant to me.
Cue hip.
그랬지.
It was as if Seong-young told me herself.
그랬어.
You say she showed you the blackmail herself, right? She didn't say much about what was written on it though. It sounded like she was suspecting me. She said, "You sent this to me, right? You're the only one I can think of." She didn't bother with the contents of the letter but only care about who sent it to her. But why did she pick you out of everyone?
그건
Because she had made a similar offer to me during the preliminaries. To have a secret relationship beyond the business one.
그래.
Yeah. Maybe she thought I had been criticizing her ever since. You suddenly looked at Do-yoon.
도윤아,
Do-yoon, how about you? By any chance, did she...
아니었어.
No, she didn't say such a thing to me. She's not into fanboys.
그땐
That's how your conversation ended at the time.
그래.
Yes, either she was okay with it or she had no proof. I don't know, but that was the end of our talk. I had been keeping my mouth shut since then. But I changed my mind after listening to Sales Lies. I'm sorry for hiding it until now. I mean, yeah, he probably would feel bad.
아니야.
She's gone now, and I'd like to keep, and I like to keep her privacy. I better stop talking about her.
그럴지도.
She passed away, and Hesione cannot defend himself at the moment. The issue could easily be consumed as gossip. He could beat his sleep and just stood there.
솔직히
I suspected them of having a very intimate relationship, but I wasn't sure. Though I grew more suspicious ever since the collapse and how Hesione had reacted to the topic.
그래도
Still, I don't like talking about someone else's personal life. Although she never cared about anyone's privacy. That's true, but... Seungyeon thought the sender must be Hyuk because Seungyeon had made a relevant offer to Hyuk before. Okay.
그런데
For what reason would he lie about it? So what did CL say was written in the blackmail?
그럴까?
He said the blackmail was composed by cutting and pasting letters from magazines, and Seungyeon received it just before the beginning of this stage.
그럼
We've seen the same thing then. What did it say exactly?
그건
As far as I remember, what I saw was... Unless she stops getting in a personal relationship with contestants and granting privileges to them, the blackmailer said they would bury everyone by exposing everything.
어?
That's all? Yes, although exact wording could have been different, that was the message.
잠깐만.
Stop illegal activities and run the show fairly. That sounds too reasonable and fair to come from a blackmailer.
나도야.
Couldn't agree more. Although they were demanding fairness on their own terms, they weren't asking her to eliminate or revive someone. Who would get most benefited by fair competition? We must exclude Hesione for sure.
그렇지.
Since Seungyeon and Hesione were the biggest beneficiaries of unfair competition,
그럼
you should be taken off the list as well, since your top rank has never been compromised anyway. Am I off the list already? Thanks. After pondering for a moment, they raised their heads.
역시
We don't have enough information to judge who the blackmailer is yet. The blackmailer couldn't be one of the eliminated contestants since they've never demanded to change the result of the previous rounds. Now that this has become a significant issue, the police will get to work on this. Don't allow the special favors to cast members. If you keep it up, I'll reveal everything. Okay, so that's the general blackmail.
역시
Apparently he would gain nothing by agreeing that up first. Unless we already knew about it, there's no reason for him to bring it up. But then the father community found out about it. Ouch. That must have given him a good deal of stress.
그러니까
Above that, the whole tide is against him now.
맞아.
Yeah, then should we stop questioning him in consideration of his mental health? No.
무리야.
Nah, I don't think so. Considering the blackmail incident or Ina's photos, there are just too many suspicions. I agree that we should approach it with caution. Yali is really bad at the Don't Be Suspicious song,
솔직히.
I feel. If there was only one, it could be a coincidence.
어떻게?
There were photos taken by fans. At different times and places, I guess.
맞아.
Yeah, all of them can be a coincidence. Still dismiss any suspicious with the sole explanation of coincidence.
그런 거면
If so, we aren't getting anywhere. He could keep doing this until the rescue team arrives.
결국
But the suspicion would never stop. Some people even suspect that Seungyeon might be the same person. They say that Seungyeon has gone mute as soon as Seo began to receive the spotlight. Yeah, that is true.
글쎄
I don't quite see any correlation though. Between the Spotlight on CL and Seongyang's sudden inactivity. Of course, these two events are happening now,
그치만
but I see no clue that leads to the belief that they are related in any way. You're right, it's just a doubtful wild guess. That's what people out there are doing all the time, having fun making rumors and guesses.
어쨌든
Anyhow, we better regard it as simple rumor spreading over powder. To spend any more time on that, we have too many other topics that require our attention.
몰랐어.
They didn't know he has such a bad reputation as a former competitor.
아무래도
Of course not, since it happened a long time ago before we joined.
그래.
Yeah, we couldn't have known about it. That poor lad, but he brought it upon himself. The overall public opinions are against him. How long would it last, you think?
글쎄.
Well, it would take some while for them to finally subside. Yeah, whatever the truth is, it will. You could somehow discover the truth, no problem, but with CL behaving in that way, attack on him will be relentless for a while.
대체
I'm sure the survivors list didn't go out for that purpose.
그게
I remember seeing it on the internet in the past. It was a trending meme at the time.
그게
Talking about it won't make things any better. It would only make things worse. Yu turned his head at Xiao.
도윤아.
You should be extra careful when talking with Xiao. We never know how he will react. Okay, time to release asshole. Ria was real. Sorry. I shouldn't have made that. There's nothing to hide anymore.
그래?
You knew about this? Of course, they didn't advertise a relationship. Xiao was looking down but often glanced at Duyun.
그게요.
I thought it was a bit odd, but that was about it. Hesian made too much of a fuss of a contestant.
혹시
Do you think all the staff members knew?
아무래도요.
Maybe. They probably thought it would be better to turn a blind eye. Although it's over now.
억울해요.
Paying so dearly for just one mistake, aren't we?
그렇다는 건
Are you saying lying about it was a mistake?
네.
I didn't read the blackmail thoroughly, so I wasn't really sure what it was about. Fans often threat us like that, so I just gave you a rough answer.
그럼
Then why did you say you forgot about it? So suddenly became angry.
아닌데요.
Because I didn't want to give you an impression of avoiding any topic. The blackmail had nothing to do with the incident here in the first place. Before I knew it, I'm suddenly the sole suspect. I mean... Well, I do like him to like me, even though I'm absolutely going to put him on a spot, so I'll be on your side.
알잖아.
I'll be on your side, as long as you tell me the truth.
도윤이 형.
I feel like I'm being interrogated. You'll regard me as the attacker as soon as you catch me with one thing. Ciel firmly clenched his hands.
괜찮아?
Why don't you calm down? I hope you trust me.
알겠어요.
I remember what you said. But I'm not sure about other people. Oh, don't worry, I'm gonna betray you. Still claimed that he didn't reveal the Black Mask content because he couldn't immediately remember it. He had to say something to avoid suspicion. He's so bad at lying too.
이럴 줄은.
Father is scary. We're witnessing the power of the so-called collective intelligence. These people are even going after us, the staff.
아마도
They seem to have dug up old news after the survivors list was revealed. Old stuff from many years ago.
그치만요.
Does it even matter now? I mean, why do I have to give this kind of explanation, huh? Under what suspicion? I believe it's this one.
그런 것 같아.
In fact, it seems irrelevant to our current topic. I was surprised that a former Beastars contestant is now a staff member.
네?
I'll be happy to tell you if it would clear things up. I was in season 2, eliminated right away though. Still briefly stopped talking. It's just that I got carried away because I lost my temper.
전혀요.
That the past audition history and current situation are irrelevant. So I was eliminated in the preliminaries of Beastar Season 2. A humiliating clip about his elimination was broadcasted. It's all water under the bridge now anyway. Doesn't sound like it, honey. Hey, I don't even remember now. There refuted the allegation that his prior participation in Beastars had nothing to do with the current situation.
억울해요.
I explained to you that it was just a coincidence.
알잖아.
But no one here is really satisfied with your explanation.
왜요?
Is this something I have to persuade you?
올해도
If not, would we just running on parallel lines? Please provide us with a reasonable explanation of how you came to be seen in the photos.
형까지.
Are you saying I'm your stalker? Well, you're not my stalker, you're Ina's stalker. I don't, and that's why I'm asking you why you've been found in those photos. This is a very big error in translation, by the way. Still looked away, looking somewhat displeased.
그게요.
There was a break before the start of the training camp, remember? At that time I was on vacation taking care of some personal matters. Then I happened to see Ina on the street. She was busy walking and I guess she didn't see me.
그리고
We're walking in the same direction, so out of curiosity I should follow her to know where she was going. It sounds like you were tailing her.
그거야.
It would be more awkward to catch up with her just to say hi. No! That would be what a normal person would do. A normal person would just catch up to the other person and see like, oh hey, it's you, hi, how you doing? And then continue on their merry way. Like a normal person. That's all. And isn't this what we call a coincidence? No, it's not. You're terrible at this. Well, admitted that he was the man in Ina's photo, but he said that it was just a coincidence that the photo was taken while he was passing by. So after that, I left to deal with my own matters. Are you satisfied now? Why is he like this? So you were in other photos, sweetie.
아닌 것 같아.
So you were found in not just one, but in several photos. Are you saying you happened to be around her in all those occasions?
모르겠어요.
Sorry, honestly, I don't remember any of the other occasions. Even the photo I just explained to you about, I remember the situation barely after seeing the photo. Still widely scratched his head.
아시겠어요?
The suspicious ones are not me, but those guys who captured Ina's daily life in photos. How did they know she was going to be there?
말하자면
They are the ones who fit the definition of stalker. You should question that person rather than me. He's so bad at this. Yeah, he actually didn't really so Ina and that he followed her for a while because they were going to the same direction. Yeah, whatever you say, sweetie. He's so bad at this.
설마
That is such a joke. They think Seongyun's disappearance has anything to do with me. So are you saying that I have something to do with him? Since your story was out on Father, Seongyun remains silent.
그런
They are free to believe in conspiracy theories, but conspiracy theories are conspiracy theories at the most. That's a lot of use of conspiracy. Like, some of the wording in this game. Still raised his head and pouted. Are you even sure they suddenly shut their mouth when my name started to come up? It was after the news of Hyun's death, though.
그건
It was after Hyun's injuries news was out.
그 말은
It's been a while since the news came out. Maybe they are quiet now because Hyun's still alive after their failed murder attempt. They copped out after getting caught in their own lies.
그랬지.
It just proved that their forewarning or declaration was full of holes.
그렇다는 걸
Like I said earlier, it's physically impossible for me. Still caught his breath while looking at Doogie and scratching his head. You know I lost my phone, right? I don't even have a smartwatch like you guys. That's why I kept asking you about the situation of Father.
그랬었지.
No, you didn't at all.
아시겠어요?
Seongyun has been filling up the timeline with their posts, so how is it even possible to write a post without being noticed? Well, you do have that tablet on your back, sweetie. Well, it's a good thing that I asked. If I didn't, I could have been framed. So for the allegation that he might be a Seonyeon, he had no means to use fodder, and a Seonyeon kept posting comments even while he was talking.
인정해요.
I know I don't leave a good impression on others.
그거 있잖아.
He's always he really is always lying. Like the photo thing is so bad. Like the other thing is like, well, okay, whatever. Like especially if you don't, like, it's impossible not to see it because it's the fucking like fail route that the game forces you to. Like if you don't see the tablet, then it's fine. But like the photo thing is such a bad lie. I think it came from the audience who visited the studio.
그래요.
Oh, so? What did they say? They describe you as harsh and rude.
그치만
The newcomers don't carefully listen to us, and we, the staff members, get all the blame if anything goes wrong. Kids are off the hook. They don't care about anything but themselves.
아무래도
They were mostly fans of Haeseong.
100%예요.
I knew it. It's pretty obvious. Haeseong's fans, right? They are hardcore fans. I know people have been saying this and that. They always try to carry public favor and fodder and flood or mail and forums as a means of protest. Fans like that don't care about other people in the audience when they come to the studio. They just complain about how they weren't fairly treated even if we treated them all the same. We, the studio staff, cannot control the audience at all times.
아무래도요.
I tried my best to protect the contestants. In order to control the crowd, you may have to use harsh words. He's so bad at lying. To explain why fans had a bad impression of him, as a staff member, he sometimes had to control the audience in a firm and strict manner. Okay, but you're also kind of a douchebag, and you've been a douchebag to me the entire time, so...
왜요?
Why? What do you want to know? You know. I wanna make fun of you for being a meme. Do you really have to spit in my face? It's like they're determined to hurt people. That's ridiculous.
아니야.
Oh, dude, don't get me wrong.
알잖아.
Beastars was already infamous even before Seonyeon joined it. You also fell victim to the malicious edits that made a mockery of you. I felt you also suffered a lot mentally, although you didn't say anything about it.
도윤이 형,
You're giving me a hard time. Please don't. I'm sorry for treating you so harsh from the beginning. Oh, he even apologized. It's a miracle. Okay. Okay, let's see how that ends up. No, she doesn't like me as much.
이제 됐죠? 전 할 말 다 했어요.
No, I'm not happy, hon, because I know that you're lying. Those words echoed in vain, run in vain, rather. Do-yoon beat his lip and just stood there.
세일아, 너
너무한 거 아니에요? 계속 몰아세우는 건?
No. Sales explanations were full of inconsistencies, to put it extremely politely. Other people clearly know about this. Then it might be better for Do-yoon to point out the inconsistencies.
네 얘기는 알겠어. 그럼 여기에 대해서도 말해줬으면 해.
여기 어디요? 뭐요?
Okay, the first set, it's gonna be a couple of sets. It would be explanation and privilege admitted.
PD님이 혜성이를 편애했다고 말한 거.
네, 그랬었죠. 사실이니까요.
그때 넌 협박장을 받을 만도 했다고 말했어. 협박장 내용이 기억 안 난다면서 편애랑 상관 있다는 건 어떻게 알았지?
Ah yes, time for the Ace Attorney breakdown.
넌 협박장 내용을 잊어버렸다고 했어. 의심사기 싫어서 아무 내용이나 둘러댔다고.
그래요.
두 얘기 서로 모순되고 있어. 사실은 그것뿐만이 아니야. 넌 PD님이 협박장 받은 걸 봤다고 직접 말한 적도 있어. 종이를 오려붙인 방식이라는 것까지 얘기했었고.
제가 언제요?
At the very beginning of the game, sweetie.
PD님 발견했을 때쯤.
Yeah.
기억력 되게 좋으시네요.
Although to be fair, it wasn't as much as the beginning of the game as like, I don't know, 3 hours in, give or take. Give or take. Still moved back while adjusting his glasses.
그래서 이렇게 합주기들이 되셨구나.
네 얘기 안 맞는 건 저거 하나가 아니야.
청문회가 열렸네요.
Yes.
너 왜 이렇게 낯설어 갑자기?
저는 그냥 전데요. 여러분이 보는 눈이 바뀐 거죠.
Still answers if he was at ease, but his trembling voice gave him away.
또 뭐가 무슨 일한 건데요?
Okay, the next is coincidence, and I think it was first photo or second photo? First photo.
이나 사진에서 발견된 거. 개인적으로 외출했다 우연히 마주쳐서 따라가 본 거라고 했지.
그래요. 그게 뭐 어때서요?
And you're lying.
네가 찍힌 이나 사진은 여러 장이었어. 그중 하나는 베스타 예선이 끝나고 합숙하기 전 사진이었지.
그때가 확실해.
모르겠어? 방금 두 얘기 어떤 모순이 있는지.
글쎄요. 저는 그게
그럼 내가 말하는 게 낫겠네.
Let's step forward while displaying the first photo.
베스타 예선 끝나고 합숙하기 전이야. 네가 내 근처에서 찍힌 사진 부산 본가 근처에 있어.
그런데요.
네가 한 말을 떠올려봐. 사진 개인적으로 외출했다가 우연히 찍힌 거라고 했지? 내 본가 근처에 개인적인 볼일이 있었어?
그건
나 참가 신청서에 집 주소를 크루 연습실 거 적었거든? 그런데 어떻게 한참 떨어진 본가 근처에 나타나셨지?
He has a point. It's a tiny breakdown. Still lower his head as if he was lost for words.
세일아, 말해줘. 어떻게 된 거야?
It was a long silence. Yeah, we can hear it.
묵비권 행사야? 잠깐! 지금 너무 날이 서 있어. 다들 조금만 물러서.
Bits of sweat rolled down Yu Young's forehead.
제대로 말해줄 수 있겠어?
Still twitched at Hyuguk's remark.
제 생각에는 더 말해봤자 수렁에만 빠질 것 같네요.
Dude, just admit that you're the stalker for the love of God.
제대로 말을 해준다고요? 아니요. 서혜성을 저렇게 했냐고요? 그것도 아니에요.
I don't believe you.
할 말은 끝이고요. 이젠 그냥 멋대로 생각하세요.
Ina, remember that other timeline where you threw him and he died, like, impaled? Could you do that again? Would that be cool with you? Would that be cool with you, girl? Because I would enjoy it.
너 진짜 그렇게 나올 거야?
Yeah, just push him, girl.
방법이 이것뿐이네요.
알겠어. 그렇게 나온다면
Ina fixed her gaze on something.
까봐. 네 가방.
Yep. Finally back to that. Still clenched his bag.
싫어요. 제가 왜요?
Because.
떳떳하지? 통 크게 한 번 까고 넘어가면 돼. 소지품 검사할 때 서혜성이 굳이 가방 얘기를 했었지.
And he was right.
생각해보니까 그때 실드 칠 게 아니었어.
Indeed, you shouldn't have.
자, 괜찮지?
절대 안 돼요.
Okay, guys. We're 4 against 1. We just need to subdue him.
딴 분들도 다 마찬가지 생각이에요?
Yes.
어떻게든 내 가방을 까봐야겠다고?
Yes. Nobody dared to answer. His eyes glare with hostility.
와, 개판이네. 그렇게 따까리 짓을 해도 이딴 꼴을 보네요.
Dude. So strongly denied the rumor that he was a stalker and refused to show the contents in his bag. Does he hide something? Yes, obviously he's hiding something. Duh.
그러게 되게 슬프다, 그치? 근데 알아? 자초한 거야! 멈춰!
No!
몸싸움은 허락할 수 없어.
But Young! Young quickly stepped in between the two. Young looked pale but determined.
언니도 봤잖아! 저 자식 완전 수상해!
Young, what do you have to ruin it for us?
다짜고짜 뒤집어 까보라고 하니까!
이나 네 말 나도 동감이야. 수상하다고 생각해.
Thanks, Young.
숨길 게 없다면 보여주면 된다고도 생각해. 그치만 여기서 치고받다 잘못되기라도 하면
Yeah, like in the other route where he literally died.
이나야, 그땐 어떻게 할 거야? 일단 진정해야 돼. 널 위해서도.
Ina glared at Ciel across Young's shoulder. Ciel bit his lip and avoided the other's eyes.
누나 말이 맞아. 말로 하자.
어차피 밝혀질 일이야.
알겠어. 언니 말이라 치고받진 않겠어.
Ina slowly moved towards Ciel.
나 똑바로 봐.
왜요?
왜냐? 그렇게 눈을 깔고 있으면 그걸 못 보니까!
Oh. She put her hand around his back to open the messenger bag, smart. Her eyes were on the content to spill out of Ciel's messenger bag. Yep. It was clearly a tablet PC on the floor.
너 수첩 말고 딴 건 없다면서!
He lied. Like, we all knew that he was lying. Ina's angry shouts suddenly stopped.
사진.
Oh yeah, those photos. Oh look, we look very good in that angle. Also tits, high tits. High tits. Still hastily put his belongings back into his bag.
포기해! 다 걸렸어!
Yeah, dude, you're kind of screwed. Just saying.
아니라고!
Ian came between the two again.
안 돼. 진정해.
누나!
말 듣는 척하다 달려든 건 미안해. 그치만 봤지? 저 가방에서 나온 거.
Yeah, to be fair, she had a right to do that. She was correct in doing that.
그래, 나도 봤어. 그럼 탈탈 털어야지. 말했지. 밝혀야 된다고 생각해. 덮자는 게 아니야. 그래도 몸싸움은 안 돼. 내가 쟤를 어떻게 하기라도 할까봐? 사고가 날지도 몰라서 그래.
Young's hands began to tremble weakly. Sweat glistened on her forehead.
이런 데서 네가 무너지면 안 돼. 자신을 지켜야 돼.
3:40 a.m.
문제되는 일을 했다면 나가서 대가를 치를 거야. 그렇지?
I mean, depends. If you're low as shit, he definitely can.
저는
Leon looked at the things lying on the floor. The personal information and photos of contestants were found in Seal's notebook. At that very moment...
혜성아!
Oh, hi, Haseyoung! You're awake! Can you tell us who attacked you? All eyes were on Haseyoung.
무슨 일이야?
혜성이가 방금 움직인 것 같아.
뭐라고?
The others stopped quarreling and looked at Haseyoung.
혜성아, 서혜성! 정신이 들어? 내 말 들려?
There was no further response from Haseyoung.
도윤아, 확실하게 봤어? 저주경인데 움직였단 거야?
I mean, there's a little twitching and like stuff that you can do even in that condition.
혹시 다른 큰일 난 거 아니고?
숨은 분명히 쉬고 있어.
서혜성.
Sale stopped collecting his things and rushed at to Haseyoung.
정신 차려! 일어나서 똑바로 말해!
Don't hurt my poor man, okay?
내가 너 이렇게 한 거 아니지? 말 좀 해보라고!
세이라!
Yeah, like he's in that delicate state. Can you not?
그만해!
Sale tried to grab Haseyoung, but Doyeon barely pushed him away. Dude,
죽일 셈이야?
yeah, like again.
이러면 상황만 더 나빠지는 걸 모르겠어?
He's in a very delicate state. You're making it worse.
도윤이 형, 전
You're not helping. Doyeon looked at Sale straight in the eye. Quivering eyes, pale complexions, beads of sweat rolling down his neck. He was already breaking down.
너 나랑 얘기 좀 해.
저랑 또 무슨 얘기를?
Doyeon grabbed Sale by his arm before he could say anything.
형!
Fanboy has strength.
잠깐만 다녀올게.
야, 어디 가게?
We're gonna have an adult conversation.
따로 떨어지면 위험해.
We'll be back in a second after we have our adult conversation, don't worry. We quickly noticed everyone was in shock. Doyeon shook his head at Hyuk, who was reaching out his hand.
제대로 얘기해 볼 거야. 여기선 안 될 것 같으니까.
왜 여기 데리고 온 거예요?
네가 정신을 못 차리니까.
제가 뭘요?
Yes, you were.
지금처럼 굴면 상황은 더 악화돼. 모르겠어?
다들 날 의심하잖아요. 이나 씨 스토커의 서해성 조진 놈이라고.
Well, honey, maybe you should be less suspicious. Your instance is refusing to have a normal conversation. Duh.
모두 그렇게 생각하면서
Yeah, if you were honest, I would appreciate that.
확신은 못하겠어. 네가 솔직하게 말해주는 게 중요하다고 생각해.
That had been seen in a number of photos of Ina, the suspicious content of the notebook and the photos that fell out of it. They were personal photos that seem irrelevant to the show.
무조건 모른다고 뻗대면 정말 사달이 날 거야. 봐! 앞에 있었던 일도 다 네가 한 것처럼 돌아가고 있잖아.
아니에요. 진짜 아니라고요. 서해성이나 이상한 익명 계정이나 다 아니에요.
Dude, calm down. That's like my real voice. Come on.
차근차근 말해줘야 상황이 끝나.
Still fiddle with his messenger bag. His eyes wander between the stage and the other side of the corridor.
불안하면 방으로 장소를 옮길까?
불안해 보여요?
Yes. Yes. As a matter of fact, you look nervous, honey. You look really bad.
그래. 여긴 어수선하니까 조용히 얘기하자.
Do you stop yaoi-baiting with this guy? You can open the door to the dressing room. He'll slowly approach after a brief silence. He looked inside both in anger and fear. I don't trust like that.
여기면 좀 진정이 돼?
복도보다는요. 만약 여기 무너져버리면 둘 다 죽겠죠?
That's not very reassuring, honey.
그런 일은 없길 바래.
해본 말이에요. 그냥
He failed to persuade Hyeseong. Hyeseong, who was left alone, came back seriously injured. He could never let that happen again. He must persuade Seo to settle things.
무슨 얘기를 해드릴까요?
나오고 있는 말 전부.
Final decision. Let's see. Anything of father? What a jerk. Who does he think he's into? He didn't in the audition. Other users were making fun of Seo. They said he was a copycat, simply imitating Seongyang's style. Okay, what else? The director is a prick. Mostly just can infer to Hyeseong. He's not much for Hyeseong in terms of appearance or skills. Other users are making fun of Seo for his audition video. They could see was a sense of inferiority and a lack of talent. Other users were they said that he only wanted to live vicariously through Ina. So you think he's in as much? The director can influence the performance of the stage to a certain degree, right? He's getting a vicarious satisfaction from Ina after his failures in Face Stars. Okay. No, tipo de vista con Elinor. Does this make any sense? Insane. Okay, nothing else. Might as well.
도윤아,
Hi.
얘기가 잘 되길 바랄게. 모든 게 네가 바라는 대로.
Thanks, Yaribate. Save. You must be curious now that you're seeing what's inside.
대체
Oh man, what really happened? What's more to come? After a brief silence, he'll put on a crooked smile.
모르겠어요.
I don't know, I'm lost too. One thing's for sure, everything's over now.
알잖아.
Hell, nothing's over yet.
아니죠.
Of course it isn't over for you, Top 5. There's a big difference between performer and audience. You don't know what it feels like for an audience like me. He believes that people are destined to be either performers or spectators from birth. He believes himself to be a spectator. Ah yes, there are two kind of people in the world, the ones who entertain and the ones who observed. Yes, I'm quoting a Britney Spears song. What of it? You have to be in the same shoes to know the difference. A few sweet words don't do any good. After all, we're all heading for the destined ending. Rosie recognizes he recognizes as well that some are born to perform on the stage while others fated to be just spectators, and that he is nothing more than a spectator. Seth frowned when he finished talking.
이런 얘기 무슨 의미가 있을까요?
I'm trying to understand you.
어차피 전 망했는데 주절거려 봤자.
Uh-huh.
그렇지 않아.
Stop ruining my sanity.
네 얘기를 계속해봐.
Still lowered his head weakly. No.
그치만
Then what was I supposed to say?
있잖아.
Please bear with me, I want your full explanation. The show business doesn't tolerate disobedience. No, I'm a public punching bag. Errand boy sir complained that he was always forced to follow his boss's orders like an errand boy.
알잖아.
Oh, come on, you know what I want to hear about that.
뭐가요?
Tell you everything? What if I did? You would be busy sliding off at me.
아니,
No way, we'll hear you out patiently.
네?
You think so? You saw how the others looked daggers at me. The moment I admit to anything, they might even try to pin the stalker or attacker charge on me. Why would I throw myself into that trouble? Nitpicking, still complained that if he admits to any of the accusations, he'll be branded as a criminal. His face turned pale. Better speak more carefully.
그런
Admit to that, easy for you to say so.
그래도
You're worried about being framed as the attacker, but continuing to deny these suspicions won't help you either. You should be honest if you didn't do anything wrong.
아니죠.
I'm not like you guys. These stars and show business are my life. I've already failed my challenge and I have nowhere else to run to.
그건
It's
아시겠어요?
the moment I admit to any of the accusations, I will be doomed. Who would hire a floor director who's so often involved with the police? And WBS needs someone to take the rap for the whole trouble. 10 Young is gone, so that only leaves me.
아닌 것 같아.
I can stop asking questions, but that doesn't solve anything. Someone must reveal the truth. Your sandcastle is crumbling from inside, and you will have to face the outcome all at once when you get out of here. Still briefly fell silent while trying to avoid Duyun's eyes.
그래요.
Yeah, I can escape from it. Don't take responsibility for what you didn't do.
그치만
But think about it. Do you think you contestants will still be safe if there's some reveal stories behind the show are all out? Safe? What do you mean by that? Your lives will be put under the microscope.
만에 하나.
Everything will be revealed. That includes all the good and bad things, and even secrets. People might keep biting on you just because you have competed in Beastars. That's ridiculous. You are not so desperate in this show, but how about the others? It would take at least a year until this gets settled, and in the meanwhile, nothing can be done. So I don't know what choice I should make. And Niles was afraid that both Seong Young and his career would be doomed once the illegal activities behind the show were found out. He explained that was why he kept denying everything.
뭐가요?
What more do you want to know? If it was Seong Young's order, what about Ina? Did she order you to follow her?
그거야.
In her case, I was just trying to help her. And to prove myself by doing so.
어?
Hell, proof. Can you elaborate on those?
사실은
Seong Young had treated me with no respect since I don't even know when. She'd be like that for quite a long time. Ignoring me, swearing at me, and you know, she would always belittle me. I didn't get into show business for that in the first place.
말하자면
I wanted to do something else. I had to prove that I was a better person.
그리고
That's when Ina showed up. Seong Young assigned her with an unreasonable show character and forced her to work on it. Those keyboard warriors on the internet, they didn't know a thing.
그거 있잖아.
Are you saying you're the only one who recognized the true value of Ina?
그래요.
Exactly. She is a person who's trying to overcome her past. A contestant who is to shine in the near future with her great talent. I just tried to bloom her potential. Yeah, I don't know.
결국
After all, you want the Seong Young's recognition.
인정해요.
I'll have to admit it. I wanted Ina to become successful. To be honest, I wanted to surprise Seong Young with what I've got.
한마디로
I have an eye for talent, even if Seong Young's never respected me. I had it since I was a student. You mean since university?
그렇죠.
Yes, I was one of the best theoretical students in the Department of Applied Music. It was the most glorious moment of my life. A minor in applied music in his university, he was a model student well versed in theory. He looks back fondly on his time there. And Ina grabbed my attention. I thought I could complement her weaknesses and lead her to success.
도윤이 형.
You've been an underground singer long enough to know that. That a bit of talent and effort won't put you up there. Look at Hyuk. You saw how he surpassed your years of achievements in just a few months. If I support Ina, does it hurt her in any way? Who knows, she might have thanked me in the end. I'm sure of it. No, that would have been weird. Still saw in Ina, who was trying to bury her past, something far greater than one Seo Young had seen in her. He wanted to prove what he saw in her wasn't just an illusion.
왜요?
What else do you want to know? You said there's a big difference between performance and the audience, but as a staff member you have a job to do. The stages require more than just contestants.
그 말은
Ah, you want to dig into that.
그래요.
Okay, I wanted to influence the audition in any way I could. I immediately engaged on whatever task Seong-yeon gave me. But one day she asked me to do something I just couldn't do. After agonizing over it for some time, I refused to follow her order.
그래서
And then
그거야.
she grew AMS after listening to me.
그리고
She excluded me from any task for a while. I realized I was a pawn she could always replace with someone else. After that, I never questioned her decision. I did everything she asked me to do.
도윤이 형.
You probably think I'm a coward. Yeah, stop justifying yourself.
틀렸어.
You keep making excuses. Only insisting on how everything was inevitable. Ow.
아니요.
Someone who has never experienced failure wouldn't know. You think I never failed before?
아니라고요.
You had something left to discard in order to get up on the stage. Have you ever felt being drained in every way? Have you ever felt there was no other way even though someone was exploiting you? Still continue without hearing his answer. I'm not expecting you to understand your understanding, because we are in the same but different world. Laugh all you want if you think I'm a coward. I'm used to it. He's so rude. Self-dormant cells seemed resigned to being made fun of, as if asking to be made fun of as much as possible. Till's face turned pale. Better speak more carefully. God damn it! You know what? I'm gonna go back. I chose the wrong one for that. I'm just gonna like... I'm just gonna speedrun it. And did I phone you? Yeah, no, I save after phoning. And I save after checking. Yes, okay. This I didn't do. It carries satisfaction. That was what I needed to fight my depression. Oh yes, I would have forgotten why I was here in the first place. What do you mean?
사실은
Background checking contestants, that's what I did.
Huh?
You must be kidding. Ever since the termination of contract with our investigation agencies, I engaged in the task.
어쩔 수 없죠.
It was Young's order, so I had no other choice. Collaborators, I had carried out background checks on the Beastar contestants after Young terminated contracts with some background check agencies. She ordered him to continue the task. He didn't have to accept something you are not familiar with, even though it was an order. Still frowned with a dark look on his face. Ooh.
말하자면
It wasn't the first time.
그게
It wasn't.
혹시나
Do you remember the old program called Scoop? It was a tabloid TV program that made Young famous. Oh, Yin told me about it. Till rubbed his head. It was a show that pried into private affairs of the target, their families, and even their friends. That means
그래요.
I worked for Young even back then. Get it now? She just asked me to do the same thing that I had been doing before, so I did it. He conducted the investigations after the contract with the agencies were terminated. Young had ordered it, and it was not the first time she had done so. Okay, this is the same as before. This we also saw. Ignoring we also saw. This is the same as before. Okay.
이럴 줄은
Fire is even assessing your skills now.
그건
It's just random people here say. Everything looks easy until you're actually in it. I understand I was no different. People don't realize the gap between the ideal and reality until they suffer big time.
그래도
But you have never left the stage.
그거야.
I didn't want to stay away from the stage at any cost. Still briefly stopped talking. Well, what I think is insignificant. So you don't need to be harsh on yourself.
아닌데요.
But it's too evident to ignore the truth. I ended up here after wandering around the stage for so long. Regrets. He realized that the ideal differs from the reality, but he still wanted to stay around the stage somehow. He began to breathe heavy. Better pay more attention on the conversation. Okay. Let's see.
그렇다고 볼 수 있죠.
I was obsessed with my career and that led me this far.
혹시
Did you get to join the staff?
그거야.
Beastars contacted me after my elimination from the preliminaries. I got a call from Seongyang. She was an assistant producer back then. What did she call you for? She offered me to be her special guest for the show. They often invited past contestants who miserably failed the audition. Still gulped.
그치만
I refused her offer at once because I was so scared. I was sick of being ridiculed by people after the elimination from the preliminaries. I went a bit rude on her. I told her to stop bugging me. I blamed the show for ruining my life.
근데
Surprisingly, she only consoled me.
Huh?
What? She consoled you?
그렇죠.
I'm not kidding, she really did. She said everyone needed to find their own path where they could shine.
그리고
That's why she said she was only standing behind the stage. She suggested to me that becoming the staff was one of the ways to still enjoy the thrills of music. I hadn't felt that kind of consolation for months, and there she was. I brought that idea and strongly appealed to her that I would be a good asset for the show.
그렇다는 건
So you voluntarily asked her to hire you?
네.
Yes, I actually urged her. The original season's Jungin calls here for a cameo role after he got eliminated from the audition. Jungin comforted Seo and he told her that he wanted to work for her. That's why I never wanted to let her down or disobey her. Yeah, it must have been hard.
그럴지도.
Of course you couldn't disobey her, since she was the only one who got you the career.
그러니까요.
I couldn't quit and this whole thing happened. I found solace in her and she was the only person I could rely on at the time. I didn't want to disappoint her, I was really afraid to do so.
그리고
Once I took the wrong path, I never knew where to stop. Now she's gone, I'm not sure what to do. Volunteer Xianyun, who was the assistant producer, invited him to join Beastars as a special guest, but he refused, but instead asked if he could work with her as a staff member. Bill began to breathe heavy, but I paid more attention on the conversation. I didn't even have anything to pay attention to. Like, that was the right response.
그런
Me to that, easy for you to say so.
그래도
You're worried about being framed as the attacker, but continuing to deny these suspicions won't help you either. Should be honest if you didn't do anything. Okay, I think that this one we saw. This one. Okay. So we saw. Okay, thank you, the report event.
개인적으로는 어떻게 생각하세요? 제가 베스타 출연자였다는 거.
놀랐어. 몰랐거든. 그렇게 다룬 줄도 몰랐고.
Still held his breath for a second.
실상이 나온 거였죠.
Nerd.
말은 청산유수인데 실력은 개판인 찌질이.
Nerd.
떨어지고 한동안은 원통하고 억울했었죠. 사람 보기도 민망해서 방에만 처박혀 있었어요. 첫방 한다길래 혼자 본방으로 봤죠. 그제서야 정확히 알았어요.
알았다니 어떤 걸?
제가 객관적으로 꼴불견이라는 거요. 컨디션이 별로였다, 준비가 덜 됐다, 그런 걸로는 수습이 안 되는 수준이었죠.
실제로 컨디션이나 준비 문제였을지도 모르잖아.
Still glanced at Doyoon.
이상은 높았어요. 첫 무대부터 뭔가 보여줄 수 있을 거라고 생각했죠. 심사위원 놀라고 시청자는 환호하고 등장부터 실력파로 바로 인정받는 그런 환상이요.
오디션에 출연하면 누구나 그런 걸 상상하잖아.
다시 하면 제대로 할 수 있다고 우겨댔죠. 편집하고 한 번 더 하게 해달라고 깽판을 쳤어요. 당연히 그것까지 방송에 나갔어요. 저라도 틀었을 거예요. 동기들 메신저에 캡처가 돌고 저한테도 왔어요. 한동안 걔들한테 짭짤한 재미를 줬겠죠.
그 길로 아예 음악을 그만둔 거야?
Still gave a slight nod.
무대에 서고 싶은 마음 이제 없어?
네, 그런 것 같아요.
있다 없다도 아니고 같은 건 뭐야?
다시 하죠. 무대 생각 없어요. 이제. 오디션 출연이 깨달음을 줬어요.
Real and reality. He imagined himself being one of the greatest competitors, gaining fame and applause. But reality was harsh. He was eliminated from the prelims in a shameful manner. Well, that's helpful. I meant performing on the stage, but his lack of skill didn't serve him to achieve that dream. He remembered his dream after the elimination from the audition. Okay. And boy, that's... we didn't do.
뭐가요?
What more do you want to know? It was... if it was Youngyun's order, what about Ina? Is she... oh, okay, no. This is, this we saw. Did we recognize it? Ah, yes. Much like,
관심 가려가며 받을 수 없다는 둥.
much like his young, we're gonna get a little report events.
재능 보여줬으면 프라이버시 없는 게 당연하다는 둥. 벽에 막히면 평범한 사람은 포기한다는 둥. 그렇게 말하면서 남의 꽁문이나 쫓아다니고 있었죠.
A dim light glared against Hill's glasses. He gave a cynical smile.
버스킹 할 때도 인기 없었어요. 관객 수준만 탓했죠. 전문가 앞에서 하면 바로 뜰 거라고 생각했지만 아시다시피 그때부턴 무대를 꿈꾼 적 없어요. 여기서 지켜볼 뿐이죠.
이나의 스토커 맞아?
편지 보내는 놈 얘기라면 몇 번을 물으셔도 절대 아니에요. 그치만 벌써 모두를 기만했는데 무슨 상관이겠어요?
하지도 않은 일을 인정하란 게 아니야.
누가 제 말을 듣겠어요? 그런 생각 안 드세요? 제가 거짓으로 둘러대는 걸 수도 있는데
I mean, yeah, I don't believe you.
그럼 다 아니라고 했겠지. 하나만 인정하는 식으로는 안 했을 거라고 생각해.
Hill blankly stared at Do-yoon.
해석은 좋네요.
믿는 거라고 생각해줘.
The two quietly look at each other.
하나 더 있어요. 아무한테도 말하지 않은 게.
지금은 어때? 말 못하겠어?
아직 모르겠어요.
Captain Niles insisted that his words were quite negative because of his low self-esteem. As he claimed his innocence in some of the suspicions, and once more, he still looked somewhat troubled. This is something that he didn't want to share with. Don't worry, I'll force you. Rose?
왜요?
So you want to know. He said there was a big difference between performance and the audience. But as a staff member, you have a job to do. The stages requires more than just contestants.
그 말은
Ah, you want to dig into that.
그래요.
Okay, I wanted to influence the audition any way I could. Okay, yeah, this we saw. This is the right one. Are you talking about how you're clinging onto the past? You are just struggling to prove your worthiness.
그렇다는 건
In the most servile manner? Come on, be honest with me. I yielded to her because I didn't know what else to do. This is the only career I could take. I have neither good voice, good dancing skill, good looks, nor good family background. But I've still made this far in this industry. I ain't doing that bad, huh? He continued without hearing his answer.
도윤이 형
You understand, right? After all, you also surrendered and accepted Youngyung's offer.
나는
Yeah, that's... Come on, dude, my sanity.
아니요.
It's not criticism. And no matter how much you debase yourself, whoever survives until the end is the winner. I could become the laughing stock, but I still have no other choice. The least thing I could do is to bear with it. Self-dormant still seemed to resign to being made fun of, as if asking to be made fun of as much as possible. Okay, same as before.
도윤이 형,
Seemed quite surprised. I didn't know this had been going on for so long. Time was just one thing. The intensity of her demands grew stronger over time. Seal let out a sigh.
말하자면
For B-Stars, the TV ratings was our top priority. We leaked some interesting stories to grab people's attention. Mostly those contestants who had many life stories to tell survived for long.
만에 하나.
But the other contestants were eliminated because they had no more issues for us to expose. She explained it as if he was her marionette for a long time. She even used him to find out about the past of contestants for restars. Couldn't you stop her?
네?
Me? She was my boss and the chief producer.
전혀요.
What was I supposed to do? I mean... I guess... report it?
다시 말해서
Why didn't you report her to the police? She gave you unreasonable orders.
사실은
And I don't even have the courage to become a whistleblower. Because you would have to leave B-Stars.
그렇다고 볼 수 있죠.
Because I became her accomplice the moment I followed her first order. Still sigh deeply.
아니라고요.
It's not like I enjoyed doing it. We were all pawns anyway. I just follow her order, just playing my role. I'm nothing more than a pawn. Pawn still argued that he was forced to do background checks against his will. He claimed that because Seung-yoon ordered him to do so, he had no choice. And this is the last one.
뭐가요?
What did they say?
그게
They said that you're no different from Seung-young. They don't even know. Beastars was completely under Seung-young's control.
아니
But what affects the result is the vote.
그치만
Viewers think the contestants advanced to the next round because they voted for them, but she had the power to assign that contestant with any amount of running time on TV.
아시겠어요?
They weren't viewers, they were just manipulated. I just tried to challenge that unreasonable wheel of power. Now everybody thinks of me as someone with an endless desire for power. You think Beastars would have continued if I hadn't taken necessary measures? Stop justifying yourself.
아니
Dale, stop trying to justify yourself. You intervened to correct things. That is a poor excuse. Lie, rationalization. You know how to strike nerves well.
네.
Well, I guess I wanted to justify. Telling myself that this was all for restoring the fairness of the show. Regardless, the influence of my intervention was negligible. Yeah, negligible anyway.
그치만
But you're the same. Isn't that why you left the band and stayed in the show even though they call you a betrayer?
나는
Dude. They style after staring at Dooyun seemed to be at a loss for words. I know they were pointless.
그래요.
It's true I was delusional at times. At first I thought I was somebody. I thought I could do anything. Power could change the tide in a show. Well, I guess I deluded myself as if I had so much power when I hadn't. Illusion. Illusion! Still forgot where he belonged while working for Seung-young. He came to realize that he was just a pawn following his boss's orders. And... yeah, that's it. We're almost done with the B route. I'm not even joking, this is basically the end of the B route. Seal wrapped his arms around himself after finishing his story.
다들 좋을 대로 이용해 먹는데 노란한 것뿐이에요. 건수 좀 잡혔다고 사람을 살인자 취급하고 이젠 한계라고요.
Then stop being suspicious. His quivering eyes were checking Dooyun.
피해자 정말 그걸로 됐어?
그게 왜요? 이번엔 또 뭘 원하시는데요?
사람들한테도 그렇게 얘기하려고?
아니요. 아무 말도 안 할 건데요. 맞아 죽을 일 있어요?
Oh, come on, no.
막 눈들 시뻘개져서는
He couldn't reject Seung-young's order. He got into this mess unwillingly. He won't explain a thing to the others. Yoon raised his head again.
세일아 도망치지 말자.
He brought up the issue, but his mouth felt bitter. If it's something you can't handle, admit and accept it. Can he really say something like that? Leon tried to shake off the questions.
제가 도망친 게 아니라 돌아가는 일이 절 이렇게 만들었다니까요.
Okay, this one and help.
세일아, 넌 이나한테서 PD님이 생각하는 것보다 더 큰 재능과 스타성을 봤다고 했어.
그래요, 분명히 저한테는 보였어요. 그러다 보니까 아무도 모른다는 과거도 궁금해졌고.
Like a creep.
그래, 넌 네 의지대로 이나 주변을 맴돌았어. 데스타 출연자 뒷조사, 신 PD님의 지시였다고 했지. 좋아서 한 게 아니라 주어진 역할을 수행했던 것뿐이라고.
맞아요. 그게 진실이에요. 제가 뒷조사에 환장한 놈이라서가 아니라고요. 하면서도 몇 번이나 자괴감이 들었는지 아세요?
세일아, 알겠어? 네가 해온 건 그저 시켜서 억지로 한 일이라고 말했지.
I mean, you still follow Ina around and that was your decision, so...
그래요. 여태까지.
이나한테 한 일은 네 의지라고도 했어.
Yeah, that.
그건
Illusion!
네가 말했었지. PD님하고 일하면서 마치 같은 위치인 것처럼 착각했었다고. 사람을 좌지우지하고 평가하고 거부할 수 없는 제안을 하는 그런 위치.
Yeah, it's illusion. Illusion!
한 번도 그런 위치였던 적은 없었죠.
거기서 시작된 거야. 네가 가진 모순이.
지금 절 분석하시는 거예요?
No. I'm just saying.
왜 이 꼬라지가 됐는지?
It's an exaggeration, but sure, sweetie, let's say it's that.
넌 모든 게 자기를 떠밀었기 때문에 이렇게 됐다고 했지.
그럼요. 다 제 잘못이라는 거예요?
It was Duyun's hideout as well. Still beat his sleep and glare at Duyun blankly.
제 나름대로 삽질해가면서 최선을 다했어요. 결과는 이 모양이라고요.
처음을 떠올려봐. 결국 세일이 넌 아니 우리는
And the last one is volunteer, right?
자기 의지로 발을 들였어.
Yep.
그게 환호인지 모욕인지 권력인지 굴복인지도 모르고서. 세일아, 넌 신PD님 밑으로 들어가길 자청했어. 그건 아마도
간절하게 바랬어요.
Seal clenches his backstrap.
장기판 말이 아니라 장기를 두는 사람이 되기를.
His hand, now clenching into the backstrap, turned pale.
제 현실은 웃음거리 등신이었어요. 두고 보자 싶었죠. 진짜 재능과 운, 빽이 있는 건 뭔지.
Seal raised his head and stared at Duyun.
맞아요. 내가 원한 일이었어요. 시키는 대로 할 뿐이라고 벽을 치면서 그러면서 마치 제가 뭐라도 된 것처럼 자기 만족에 빠져 있었던 거예요. 몇 년 동안이나.
Seal shook his head after muttering something to himself.
그치만 전 이나 씨한테 편지를 보낸 스토커가 아니에요. 서혜성 일도 정말 제가 안 했어요. 여기서 돌아가신 PD님하고 엮여서 망하는 일만 피해보려고 했어요. 그렇게 계속 도망만 치다가 상황이...
숨기고 뺄수록 의혹이 깊어진 거야. 상황을 진정시키고 의심에서도 벗어날 방법은 하나야. 자신이 한 일을 밝히고 분명히 인정하는 거. 그래야만 벗어날 수 있어.
Contradiction spiral. Seth has been walking the wrong path, although he was aware of the contradiction, but he made it clear that he had nothing to do with murder or stalking. I still don't believe that. He even felt a sharp pain in his chest. After a brief silence, Sale seemed to be lost in thought.
알겠어요.
Oh god, finally.
형 말대로 할게요.
And I believe that's the last rapport event.
아직 말하지 않은 거... 그건
말해줄 수 있겠어?
Sale spoke again after a long silence.
협박장이요. PD님이 받았다는.
Was it yours?
제가 보냈어요.
Fucking knew it!
그래서 다르게 둘러댄 거야?
Called it.
협박범이 범인인 것처럼 돌아갈까봐?
Called it. Still hesitated.
합류하고 모든 걸 다 바쳤어요. 요구는 끝날 줄 몰랐죠. 매해 더 자기 마음대로 휘두르셨어요. 뒷조사 처음엔 분명히 거부했다고요. 피디님 분명히 처음 뵀을 땐 같은 편인 것처럼 말씀하셨어요.
Yeah, that was your first mistake. You do not trust an employer when he treats you like a friend. Do not. That's not safe. Those are the worst kind.
내 마음 다 이해하는 것처럼.
Sale's voice quivered with sadness.
경종을 울리고 싶었죠. 정신 차리라고, 누군가 당신을 지켜본다고. 그런 불안을 심어주고 싶었어요.
PD님, 네가 보낸 걸 알고 계시진 않았을까?
Sale briefly pondered but shook his head.
전 의심스러운 사람이 아니었어요. 신 PD님의 구린 일에는 저도 엮여 있으니까. 말하자면 상호 확증 파기로 묶인 사이죠.
Sounds about right, yeah.
딴 사람을 협박범으로 생각하시는 것 같았어요.
그게 누군데?
Sale's eyes twitched.
거기까진 몰라요.
Well, we know it's Hyuk.
출연자 누구였는지 아님 스텝이었는지.
Sale shook his head again.
그래서 그냥 입 다물고 있었죠. 누가 뒤집어 쓰는지 알 바 아니었으니까. 근데 결국 다시 돌아왔어요. 저한테.
All silence. It was the one who sent the blackmail to Seung-young, but she suspected someone else and he remained silent about it. Uh-huh. Same as the other one. The two of them stared at each other.
지금 얘기 이나랑 사람들한테도 할 수 있겠지?
Can you grow some balls? Come on, dude.
네, 할게요.
Still quietly nodded. He looked haggard, but his eyes were different from when they came in.
조금 위험하더라도 사람들을 여기로 부를 거야.
Do you know? Let's go back to the stage, please.
또 도망갈까봐요?
Just go to the fucking stage.
알고 있네.
Uh-huh. Damn. Seal smirked at Duyun's answer. Oh, and... Another one?
마지막으로 부탁이 있어요.
This never ends.
늦어버린 건지도 모르지만
마지막이라니 뭘 부탁하려고?
Do not make me another yaoi bait. I have enough with the first one.
나가면 전부 경찰에 얘기할 거예요. 용역하고 뒷조사에서 써먹었던 거, 무대가 무너질 때까지 몰아붙인 자원의 일정 관리, 수첩, 협박장까지 빠짐없이 자백할 거예요.
Well, at least he's being responsible about it.
PD님이 뭘 지시했고 전 거기 따라서 뭘 했는지.
그럼 무사하지 못할 거야.
That just came out without thinking.
계속 도망쳐서 이 꼴이에요.
Phil grabbed the strap of his messenger bag. He bit his lower lip and let out a sigh.
어떤 비난을 받아도 할 말이 없어요.
His hand on the strap began to shake. Without much thinking, Duyun grabbed Seal's hand. Don't yaoi bait.
아무나 할 수 없는 선택이야. 나도
Seal raised his pale face.
무서워서 부탁한다는 거예요. 제가 모든 걸 말한 다음에 저를 다시 만나주세요. 이런 말 하는 것도 절 못 믿어서요. 잔머리 굴리면서 또 도망쳐 버릴까봐.
This is some yaoi baiting that is happening here. Duyun nodded.
알겠어. 기다릴게.
Yeah, that's a yaoi bait line, sweetie.
감사합니다.
결심은 네가 한 거야.
I can't believe we yaoi bait thanks to yaoi bait. I mean, I guess.
이제 그만 벗어나고 싶어요.
We get yaoi baited, we yaoi bait. It's impressive. He realized that he contributed to earlier activities and admitted that he had enjoyed a twisted satisfaction. He made a firm determination that he would reveal the truth to the police and gladly receive any legal punishment. Well, Duyun used his watch to call Ina. Ina let out a deep sigh after hearing the explanation.
다 믿으라고 하진 마라.
I mean, yeah.
아직 안 나온 얘기가 있는지 바로 알 순 없으니까.
해명만으로 바로 판단할 수 없는 게 사실이야. 그치만 믿고 싶어. 네가 이나의 스토커가 아니란 거. 혜성이를 그렇게 만든 범인이 아니란 거. 네가 진실을 말하고 있다는 거.
진실을 말했어요. 믿기 힘들다는 거 알아요. 믿어달라고 할 자격도 없고 흥분해서 되던 일도 모두 사과드릴게요.
여기서 다 끝낼 게 아니니까. 잘잘못을 따지고 대가를 치르는 일은 여길 나가고 나서부터야.
태블릿, 수첩, 안에 있던 사진들 보여줄래?
네, 그렇게 할게요.
Seal slowly opened his messenger bag.
근데 규혁이 형은 왜 안 왔어?
Oh yeah, where is Hyuk?
서혜성 혼자 둘 순 없잖아. 자기가 그러길래 언니랑 둘이 왔어.
Oh my god, Hyuk.
너네 둘이 여기 있을 때도 혜성이가 잠깐 깨어나려고 했어.
Oh, that's...
네? 어땠는데요?
Ina and Yu look at each other for a moment.
잠깐 눈 뜨고 뭐라 웅얼거렸거든.
Uh-huh.
금방 다시 조용해졌지만.
Uh-huh.
뭐라고 하는지 듣질 못했다니까. 말을 한 게 맞는지도 정확하진 않아. 구조대 오기 전에 깨어날지도 모르겠어.
Hyun gave a sigh of relief. Just then, his watch vibrated.
메시지?
I swear to God, if it's Hyuk telling me that Hesiod died. Hyun stood next to the rest of the group and checked his watch. Not sure if this message will reach you. Can you come alone to the stage? Please come alone without anyone else. Uh-huh. I have some personal business with you. Oh, please for the last time.
뭐지?
Hyuk!
난 규혁이 형한테 가 있을게.
Yeah, evade? What the fuck are you gonna do?
같이 가지. 이것만 좀 보고.
Ina spoke while flipping through the notebook pages.
보고 바로 따라 나와. 먼저 가볼게.
Hyuk! Yeah, evade? Dyun quickly left the rest in the room. Okay, yeah, evade, what did you do? You mean what? And what's last? He had no idea what they meant. However, he had a bad feeling about it. Yeah, you don't say, it's like the end of the route. Dyun went to see Hyeseong as soon as he arrived at the stage. He checked Hyeseong's breathing first.
형은 어디 간 거지?
Did he hang himself? Did he hang himself? Did he hang himself again? Oh my god, he hung himself again. Of course he fucking did. Yeah, Evade, you piece of shit! Dion started to where Hyuk and wailed.
왜? 형, 왜 이런 짓을?
Because he killed one person, he almost killed another person, sweetie. That CG is so good for like a jump scare. He just moves his head and it like stares right at you. Dion unwittingly grabbed Hyuk's shoulder. Hyuk's body hung there, slowly turning. His face was messy with tear marks and saliva. He held Hyuk's wrist, although he knew it was too late. His wrist was still warm, but there was no pulse. Dion carefully lifted Hyuk's body up and laid it down on the floor. And collapsed next to it. He could only think on one word. Why? Why? Dion found something sticking out of Hyuk's jacket pocket. Oh, a note. It was Hyuk's handwriting. His suicide note. Of course it was. Of course it was. Okay, what does it say? Come on, read it. Read it. Come on, come on. Dion dropped his hand feebly. Dude, no.
날 믿는다고?
Dude, no, I wanted to read it. Colorful moaning oozed out of his mouth. Dion grabbed the note, crumpling it.
형, 이걸 감당하란 말이야?
Oh, he admitted to the murders, huh? Well, the murder and the attempted murder. That's why. Okay, sure. Okay. Okay.
나는 내 선택은
The others who just arrived were dumbstruck at the sight.
규혁아, 어떻게 어떻게 된 거야? 한도윤, 지금 네 얘기를 믿으라고?
I mean, did you want him to just keep the corpse like hanging there?
이유가 없잖아요.
남긴 말도 없다는 게 말이 돼?
Oh, Duyun.
아무것도 없이 저랬을 리가 없어.
Duyun slowly shook his head. Incredible.
남긴 건 없었어.
Oh,
아무것도.
Duyun, oh, damn. The alleyway worked. Duyun had been thinking he had managed to hold himself together as well as everyone else. He had forgotten that he hadn't included Hyugi in his list. Duyun shook his head. He was feeling dazed. He couldn't convey... What? He couldn't convey what? Last request. His last request, I assume. He had turned his gaze away from the others who were doubting, screaming, and crying. There were pieces of paper lying on the ground. They were the torn pieces of Hyugi's suicide note, of course. The grief and shock slowly died down. Nobody spoke. No more strength to raise any more doubts, to reason or to lash out at one another.
소리 점점 더 커지고 있어. 진동도 그래. 거의 다 온 거 아니야?
We're free!
한도윤 씨, 들리세요?
Yes.
다른 분들 다 연락이 안 됩니다. 대답해 보세요. 방금 무대에 진입했습니다. 생존자분들, 무대로 모여주세요. 진입로 주변은 위험합니다. 주위에서 대기하십시오. 도윤 씨, 들리세요? 안의 상황이 어떻습니까? 한도윤 씨?
전부 무대에 모여 있습니다. 한도윤, 오이나, 민주영, 장세일, 서혜성 5명입니다. 서혜성은 부상 상태가 심각합니다. 그리고 추가 사망자가 있습니다. 이규혁. 출연자 이규혁이 불안을 이기지 못하고 스스로 목숨을 끊은 것 같습니다.
One month later. Duyun stood by the long corridor. So cool, so fresh. Late afternoon sunlight shined through the window. His head clear and the stiff muscles seemed to ease up a bit. He watched the clouds float by slowly. A month had passed since the accident. Buried Stars, the survival audition show, was to be continued. The stage collapse, casualties, suicide, disciplinary actions against the officials, and investigation. The unprecedented bedlam put the program at the center of national attention. Hyugi's suicide. The investigation team concluded that he had taken his own life because he couldn't endure the stress of oppression. The sense of oppression, rather. The unfortunate story of Seongyun Shin was presented as the tragedy of a genius producer. WBS didn't miss this golden opportunity. WBS declared the continuation of the show. To keep the dream alive for the deceased contestants, the viewers responded ardently.
싹 다 범죄자 취급당하고 싶어? 서희성은 사고로 가야지. 어렵지 않잖아.
Of course. It was announced that Hyeseung's injury was from the accident.
산통 다 깨고 무사할 수 있을 것 같아? 너 혼자 솔직하자고 다른 사람들한테 꽁물 끼얹을 작정이냐고?
Doyoon decided not to join the show. He could no longer participate in the show. More importantly, he didn't want to. Man, we look fucked. The protection measure and interrogation also ended by that time. A month had passed since the rescue. He could finally walk the corridor by himself without any help. Ye-young decided to join the 5th season of Buried Stars. The crowd applauded her for showing such courage despite the tragic accident. It seems that the rumors have already died out and her old footage was no longer the subject of mockery. She cut her hair! She's actually looking very good! Good for her, she looks good! One day Doyoon saw Ye-young on TV.
전 포기하지 않아요. 끝까지 해보겠습니다.
What are you, Hyeseung? Unlike before, Ye-young expressed her strong conviction throughout the entire interview. She was also doing extremely well in opinion polls.
누나, 힘내요.
Doyoon muttered to himself unknowingly. People didn't know her. She was the one with true inner strength. Whatever happened, she wouldn't give up due to hardship or humiliation. Doyoon decided to join the new season of the show. She declared that she wouldn't give up this time. Doyoon prayed for Ye-young to achieve her dreams. Ina decided to drop out of the audition after getting out of the hospital because she wanted to get some rest in a quiet environment. The media tailed her for some time, trying to find anything interesting for media coverage. Okay, she looks adorable like that. Thank you for putting on glasses again. You're still blonde, which I hate, but you're looking good. With no more provocative editing, Ina was just a lively, ordinary person. The public soon lost its interest in Ina, who was no longer a troublemaker.
실망했어요? 근데 어떡해. 이게 난데. 이젠 좀 아셨을 거예요. 베스타가 건 마법은 풀렸어요. 이젠 절 여러분의 관심에서 지울 시간이에요.
People talked a lot about her last interview. But over time, even that interview was forgotten from people's memory. She was spotted several times studying somewhere, but even those news came up less frequently after some time. People gradually forgot about her. Good for her. Just like that, Ina was eventually forgotten by the public. Doyoon thought about Ina sometimes. Is she doing okay? Definitely, it's Ina. Oh. He looked out the window and nodded. Well, will he ever get to see her again? Doyoon quietly pictured that day in his head. Hyuk's relatives shunned his funeral. The survivors, including Doyoon, couldn't attend the funeral either, because the people worried that the dead might get confused. Doyoon just heard it was bedlam at the funeral thanks to some uninvited guests, his fans and reporters. After the funeral, Hyuk's paternal family made a brief comment that he was so much like his father until the last moment. Goodbye, yaoi bait. You were very yaoi baited. Well, you baited me, but you know what I mean. Some refused to believe that he had taken his own life. They blamed the survivors for concealing the truth. Doyoon had kept his mouth shut all along. Every time he tried to reveal the truth, he thought of Hyuk. He remembered his suicide note. He remembered his request.
형, 난 들어줄 수가 없어.
Okay, but what was his request? You should have told me. You remember his face, silently looking in the distance. His handsome face and lonely eyes, gay. Do you admire his graceful appearance, gay? That's why he decided not to keep Hyuk's. Doyoon could only retreat again. After finishing his therapy, Sel didn't leave his house. He never responded despite people's interest. He went to visit Duyun once most people had lost interest in them.
세일아, 오랜만이네. 그 일 끝나고.
도윤이 형,
Sel called out Duyun's name. His face was pale.
저 경찰에 다 말했어요.
Oh, that's good.
분장실에서 한 얘기?
그래요. 자수했어요. PD님하고 뒷조사한 거, 협박장 보낸 것까지 다.
Uh-huh. Sel lowered his head. It wasn't easy for him to admit the truth which had been exposed at the collapse site, but he voluntarily confessed to his own misdeeds.
끝까지 용기를 냈네. 어땠어? 반응은?
His pale face was facing Duyun.
아무것도.
They didn't care, huh?
그냥 넘겨버렸어요.
Of course they did. It's the police. Duyun fell silent for a moment. Still spoke again. He was trembling a bit.
잘못을 저질렀으니 벌을 달라고 그랬는데 직접 피해가 없으니까 가보라는 말뿐이었어요.
세일아.
거기서 형한테 말하고 나니까, 입 밖에 내고 나니까 계속 잘못했단 생각이 들었어요.
There's something ironic about this.
떨쳐내보려고, 잊어보려고 해도 떼어내질 못했어요. 겨우 용기를 내서 간 건데, 그랬는데 아무도 들어주지 않으면, 단죄하고 처벌하지 않으면
Well, it's the police. What did we expect?
나는 어떻게 해야 돼요?
Find another way to atone, I suppose. He decided to confess after suffering uncontrollable agony, but nobody listened to him and there was no punishment. Although he hoped he could free his guilty mind and move on, he couldn't. His vain confession that fell on deaf ears broke his heart. The sense of guilt is now weighing him down. I mean, there are other ways to atone, honey. You could do something. Like, your sins will go away eventually. Like, you can lose that sense of guilt eventually if you do something about it, but it has to be your decision because obviously the police is not gonna do anything.
그건...
Duyun couldn't continue. Still's quivering eyes were looking at something in the distance. A few days later, Sel confessed his misdeed to the public and father. Hesione regained consciousness after some treatment, but instead of revealing the attacker, he went along with WBS's explanation that he was hurt in the course of the accident. He was having trouble finding an agency for him after giving up on the audition. The boss and father was just an internet thing. Feeling down, Hesione often came to visit Duyun.
참 오래도 입원한다.
Oh, he's looking good, actually. You're a pain in the ass, but you're looking good, kid. I'm glad that you recovered.
늙어서 관절이 잘 안 붙어?
Yes, I'm old. Shut up.
나 아직 20대야.
그놈 엄살이 너무 심한 건가?
너야말로 왜 이렇게 자주 오는데?
Because he cares, honey.
헐, 내 맘이지. 내 시간 비싸. 한가해서 오는 거 아니거든?
Yeah, sure.
배신자 어쩌고에 반박할 생각은 아예 없는 거야?
Nah. Hesione grinned after briefly glancing at Duyun.
말해봐야 안 먹힌다. 그런 건가? 이해는 해. 진심? 까라고 그래. 보이는 게 제일 중요하지. 그러니까 WBS도 이래라 저래라 사람 찌그러뜨려 놓는 거고. 오해받는 사람들끼리라도 잘 지내야지. 그렇잖아.
Your cover faster he got rescued. He often listened to Duyun because he can identify himself with him. Okay. The reason he continued to visit Duyun was because... Whence? He was in the same shoes as Duyun, as someone misunderstood by the public.
그럼 이제 네 비싼 시간 찾아서 가봐.
너무 쌀쌀한데? 난 완전 오픈 마인드로 내 얘기도 다 까줬는데.
Yeah.
하나 더 풀어줘야 되나?
Is it who attacked you? Because we know it's Hyuk.
하나 더?
형도 알지? WBS가 나 팽하는 거.
Of course it is.
소속사도 못 잡고 폭행 얘기만 내니까 아주 죽을 맛이야. 내 쪽에서도 폭탄 하나 터뜨려야 될 것 같아.
I mean, I agree.
폭탄이라니
Yeah, what?
무슨 얘긴데?
Which one? Which of the bombs you have, honey?
야, 선비정신 보이다가 또 이런 거엔 관심 오져요. 주목받을 만한 얘기, 반등을 노려볼 만한 거. 피눈물 날 사람은 벌써 저 세상에 있으니까 괜찮겠지.
Oh, you're gonna tell them that Hyuk is the one who hurt you?
너 설마
설쳐야 뜨는 거 잘 아니까 또 제대로 설쳐야겠다는 거야.
Oh, wait, you're gonna talk about Seungyeong's. Okay. His image had gotten worse and people lost interest in him. Now he's trying to regain people's attention by discussing the reason he was attacked. Oh.
혜성아.
도윤이 형,
He was staring straight into Do-yoon's eyes, as if he was trying to read his mind or the expression on his face. He couldn't read his eyes.
형도 뭔가 알지?
Maybe?
그치만 늦었어. 나 벌써 연락 돌렸거든.
Okay. Hello ringing in his ears. Do-yoon front. Well, enrélala. We look like shit. Do-yoon shook his head to clear out the memories. He frowned at the dazzling sunshine. Something glimmered across his squinted eyes. Something whitish. It was a piece of paper that Do-yoon had ripped apart. What was written there? He blinked his eyes. The glimmering silhouette disappeared into the air.
서바이벌 오디션.
In the audition that we call our lives, we were all just participants. The audition where you had to be the last man standing. Dropouts were only to be forgotten quietly. Do-yoon, who wasn't even an eliminated contestant but just a loser, was wondering where he should stand. The sunlight oozed through the clouds and Do-yoon closed his eyes again. You could hear breaking news from the TV in a nearby room. Do-yoon closed his eyes, covered his ears, and shut his mouth, struggling to put a halt to all his thoughts. The light fell down on him as if to scold him. And that's the ending of Route B. Took literally 45 minutes more than the usual stream time because I just wanted to get done with it. I'm glad that I'm done with it because now I can just do Route A, which is much longer because you're supposed to be able. Yeah. With. Yeah, I hate we don't do anything. Like, I hate we don't get to read the. Yeah, we don't get to read the note. I'm pretty sure, like, to be fair. Yeah, I wish I could read the note. I'm pretty sure that it's obvious what the situation is. Like, Hyuk kills Seungyeong, and he probably attacked Hyuk. And he just admitted that on the note. I assume that what he did by, you know, the narration and everything, he basically told Do-yoon that he couldn't live with it, and because he trusted him, he wanted him to tell the other people that this is what happened. Like, to admit the guilt and everything, and he just, you know, didn't do anything with that. So, what the fuck, dude? I guess my answer to all of this is what the fuck, dude. But yeah, that's the ending for Road B. Yeah, normal and despairers. That's Route B, basically. So, with Route B done, we can go to Route A. So that's gonna start tomorrow on Monday. But that's gonna be everything for today because A, it's more than 45 minutes past the usual stream ending time, and also because I want to get lunch. But anyway, honestly, kind of salty that the end just comes, like, to be fair, the B route is much shorter than the A route, but from what I can see from the walkthrough, I kind of hate it. Not only because of the note, it's just all of the interesting reveals come right at the end. The common route is just drags on, and it's gonna drag on again. And I don't know. Anyway, we'll do the next route next time. That's it. Like, tomorrow we start with Route A, and then you need to do Route A. Like, you need the true ending to do Route C. So we'll do that. So tomorrow is the start of Route A. But anyway, God, this game. Anyway, thank you everybody for being here. Like I said, tomorrow we start Route A, so we get that out of the way. I pray that the reveals are more interesting, because we had like two interesting reveals at the end, and yeah, barely there. Whatever. This game, it's just mediocre. Anyway, have a good end of your weekend. Have a good start to your week tomorrow. And I'll see you tomorrow again for the beginning of Route 8 of this game, which is... I'm gonna put on the clown nose. I'm gonna put on the clown nose and I'm gonna become the Joker, okay? I'm gonna do it next time. Okay, promise. I promise not to forget. Bye, everyone.